Hello everyone, welcome back to another paranormal set stream. We are working on the green commons today. Hello Gunblade, glad you could make it. I had to do it early because I got F&M for the first time in a while tomorrow. Hello Mike Moose, how you doing? You almost passed out? Or did you get off a long shift at work or something like that? Gotcha. Well, can't argue with that. Okay, let's see if we got... Yes, we did have at least one custom design for last week, which was Mechmoose is suggesting a Pull from Eternity type card. And Jugo's going back to college tomorrow. Oh boy, 6-hour drive. That's fun. Yeah. Oh yeah, I used to go back and forth between. Well, I went to a college and then I transferred, and so afterward I would just go back to visit my friends every month or so, and that was a 3-hour drive, so not too bad, but I actually kind of miss the long drives to myself. Love a good road trip. I do it every couple of weeks just because it's close to a 6-hour drive to my state's major city. Gotcha. Okay. So you enjoy going to visit the city, or like do you have to for work or some other reason? Hello, and a fair time zone to everyone. Hello, Defiant Mars. Nah, just for stuff to do on your time off of work. Yeah, that makes sense. But that's quite the way to go, just to have something to do. Man, before I moved a couple months ago, I was only an hour from Indy, and I still didn't go there very much. Because I don't know, I was very burnt out, and so I didn't really feel like doing anything like that. Fortunately, my girlfriend was the opposite and always looking for something to do, so she would force me to get out and go places. It's Australia. You get used to those driving distances. Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, I guess there's a lot of empty space there, huh? Or so I've heard. I've never been to Australia, but it sounds interesting. Remove from storage, put... Oh, that's a cool suggestion, Gunblade. Push our SL owned by an opponent into its controller's graveyard. I should probably spell that out. We are not Yu-Gi-Oh! Okay. And then I missed the draw card somehow. Okay, so yeah, this is much more fair than just like a Pull from Eternity, because it can only target opponents' things. So you're not going to be able to cheat and get your own stuff back. So in that way, it's just sort of a hate card. It can stop the opponent from getting the second half of their undercover spell, and it's a cantrip. So I think that's a pretty cool design. It's cool. I still think it's better if you can hit your own stuff, though, since White has graveyard shenanigans in the set. It's better, yeah. The problem is just the problem with Rift Sweeper and Pull from Eternity is that you're really not supposed to be able to get your stuff back from exile. Now, this is a weird set, and so definitely willing to break the rules a little bit. But one thing that is nice about just doing a custom set is it's self-contained, so as long as it doesn't break anything in the set, even if it's not necessarily within WotC's rules, it can be fair game if that's what we want to do. So we could maybe make it more expensive, 3 mana, and hit any player's permanent or card. It is a bit of a weird card in the first place. I just thought it would be interesting since the set uses exiled cards a lot. Yeah. Yeah, I guess the question is, in what ways would you want to use it on yourself? So obviously, if your opponent has exiled, used an exile target creature removal spell. That's a way to get your creature into your graveyard, which is, not going to be as good as like putting it into your hand, but that seems really busted. Let's see. You could combo it with this to put an artifact into your graveyard and then get that back. Oh, here we go. Ghostlight Ox. You can exile it from your graveyard to draw a card. And yeah, I guess that would be white card draw, right? Because if our Pull from Eternity is a cantrip, and then you're putting this back in your graveyard where you can just exile it again to draw a card, it's like a white divination. My main thought was red-white has graveyard stuff like exiling from exile as a cost. Yeah, you're right. So yeah, Ghostlight Ox, these types of things would be the way to go. What's the logic of our pull card? It was to remove creatures, right? Yes, so its main use will be to beat undercover, which is, why Nijugo is suggesting that it references the disguises. So is the Ox and Ox Spirit? Not 100% sure what Ghostlight is flavorfully. I think we just came up with a name, honestly. Yeah, let's do it. Let's make an Ox Spirit. That sounds kind of fun. In a normal set, messing with the exile zone risks turning it into Graveyard 2.0, so you just got to be careful with stuff like that. Yes, Defiant Mars, that is exactly the reason, because, originally, the graveyard was where you put everything when you were done with it and not interacting with it anymore. And then they started printing cards that interacted with it. And while that's awesome, and I love graveyards more than just about anything, that's why they created Exile, is because they needed a zone where you can't interact with anything anymore. So they really don't. It's not generally a good idea to print things like that. So if you do, you got to be really careful with it. Ox Scout. But yeah, so our main plan for this one is going to be to hit undercover, but like Mechmoose is saying, white-red has stuff where you can exile cards from your graveyard. So this would put more cards, one more card into your graveyard. Exile is used for It's Gone, Deal With It, and as a pocket dimension for storage. That's true. There are multiple ways to interact with Exile, or there are multiple ways to use Exile, but its important feature that you really don't want to mess around with is the permanent exile that you cannot mess around with. It's not like Squee, Mistform Raven, and Eternal Scourge have ever caused problems with the thousands of cards printed ever. I'm not sure I remember Mistform Raven. But yeah, yeah, Eternal Scourge was not broken. It was good. It was played in Scred and Modern for a while, but it didn't cause a problem. Squee, it doesn't even get played, so yeah, he's not a problem. The last one, you might be talking about the 3/3 Sphinx for 4 from Abisena Restored, and that one also was not that broken. So yeah, they've been really careful with it in the past. They have 2 cards that I know of that can bring other things back from exile, which is Pull from Eternity and Rift Sweeper. Neither of those really sees any play, so they're probably pretty fair. Have you heard of a card called Food Chain? Oh, okay. So are you Food Chain? I wasn't sure if your thing was being said sarcastically, so it sounds like maybe it was, and they have caused problems. But if so, I don't know what they are. Exile a creature you control. Add X of any one color, where X is 1 plus the exiled creature's mana value. Spend this mana only to cast creature spells. I see. Is this like a legacy deck or vintage? Because I've never really. I've heard of food chain decks, I guess, but it's not really a thing that I've ever had to interact with. Yeah. Oh, Prosh. Yeah, that'll do it too. Yeah, maybe food chain is the problem here. So personally, I don't have too much of a problem with the occasional creature that can play itself from exile. I think it's much more dangerous when you have a card that can return anything else from exile. Void Attendant is the only one I know. Is a bit annoying because it combos with Scoozes. Void Attendant. Ah, yes. Yeah, the all the processors are. Yeah, there's the one in that like Modern Death and Taxes plays, where you exile their card from hand temporarily until your creature leaves the battlefield, but then you process it away. So even if your creature dies, they don't get it back. I played it in a Legacy event exactly once using an LGS deck, and Food Chain was the first deck I ever faced. Oh, I'm so sorry. That doesn't sound great. Missed Hologriffin. Yeah, that's the Avacyn Restored one. I was thinking it was a Sphinx, but you're right. It's not. I don't think Innistrad has Sphinxes. First Sliver also does Food Chain. Oh, because you cascade. So you do have to cascade into like another creature to go positive on it. But even if you don't cascade into a creature, you just... Wait. What am I thinking of? First Sliver. But you don't have any way to get it itself back from exile, do you? Once you've food chained it. All right, let's get started on our green commons, which is our assignment for the day. No, you use Endless One to get infinite mana, then you cascade First Sliver from the command zone. Oh, got it. So yeah, you're talking about an EDH. That makes sense. Oh, you said that up above. CEDH Prosh usually. Gotcha. Yeah, and then I guess that just brings out your whole deck's worth of slivers, and you obviously have haste and evasion, and you're good to go. All right, green common number 1, Rift Sweeper. Well, I mean, we could reprint Rift Sweeper. I'm not necessarily opposed to that. Common? I don't know about common, though. Okay, so we've got a 1-drop. Even in Etheria, Rift Sweeper was uncommon. Yeah, I don't think that... Look, if the card belongs in the set because there are things that care about exile, then it's not an effect that you want available at common. It is going to be too good. Mystic of Ozb is our 2-drop mana dork. It has Undercover. Alright, so we still need a 2-mana value creature. Oh yeah, this was an effect I had an idea for. It's sort of the mix between go wide and go tall in green-white. So we can keep that or not. Yes. This is what we designed for our green Garth land before we made the mutants. So then I updated it so that it's a mutant, but I haven't updated the templating. Of course, all of our common mutants have an ability that they lose and get +1/+1 when it's not your turn. So I don't know if the switching between square stats and very not square stats actually makes sense on this one. The 4 green archetypes, good question, are... Red-green is sort of mid-range raid. Green-white is a mixture between going wide and going tall. And it's actually working out better than one would expect. Turns out there's a decent number of cards that can go either way. Or it's easy to design such cards anyway. Undercover is black-green, and mutants are blue-green. I think 5/1 during your turn, 1/5 during not your turn is strong and fitting. True, it would flip-flop. It would be different than all of our other common mutants. So if we're okay with that, we can do that. I think it's okay. The most important thing is a difference between your turn and not. Okay. Doesn't have to be as simple as ability versus stats. Well, we were trying to make it because creatures that keep permanents that affect the board state, that have abilities that can affect the board state that change, is a real big problem and why New World Order was implemented in the first place, thanks to Lorwyn block. So in order to sort of simplify the complexity of having a bunch of those abilities, we were, at least at Common, we had discussed trying to keep it all working exactly the same way, with the ability to do more interesting and different designs at higher rarities. Mechmoose says, I think it was good to keep the commons all the same, as it's very easy to follow. When you get into uncommon and rares, there's not going to be as many of them. Your World Order is over, now it's fire. Fire allows complicated commons sometimes. Yeah, I guess I'm not necessarily up to date on that. I probably should be since I'm doing all this designing. But I still don't know that that makes it okay. I still think we want to be wary of how complex our commons are. New World Order and Fire are two completely different things. That's the impression I have, but again, like I said, I don't really know Fire. I guess I really should read the article where they talk about that, because it keeps getting brought up. I know that people aren't happy with that new design philosophy, because that's what allowed Eldraine to happen. But otherwise, I don't know too much about it. To grossly oversimplify, New World Order says commons shouldn't be complex. Fire says cards should be exciting and powerful. And power is not equal to complexity. Yeah. We can come back to this. Let's not get too bogged down with that. Myself personally, I think the common mutants should behave the same. All right. Murd and Mechmoose are in agreement with that. I think I am as well. Two commons specifically attributed to fire were Murder and Cloudkin Seer in 2021. Oh, those were very fire cards. They were some of the best commons in that set, and I was happy to see him at common. But yeah, they're not complex. They do what they say, and then that's that. The most that you have to keep track of is the fact that Cloud Conceer is a flyer. Nishuko says, I agree with the exception of Threshold Stalker, but making an exception sort of defeats the purpose of that design rule, right? We can discuss it more later. Right now, I just wanted to sort of go over what we have so far. And also, we could, in fact, just change this card entirely because we already have enough mutants at common in green. I only made this a mutant because it fit the mutant mechanics, sort of, because it's what we designed that sort of inspired the mutants. We need a 3 to 4 mana value creature, 2 more 4 mana value creatures. Here's one of our mutants. It's a 5/4 trample that on not your turn becomes a 6/5. We need a 5 to 6 mana value creature. We have a big undercover creature. This is going to be the one that all the black-green decks are looking for. Just big and stupid. We got an undercover that is also a recover. And then that's about it. Threshold Stalker is the Garth card. It should stand out. Anyway, I gotta go to the pharmacy. I'll be back later. Okay, well, we will see you later. I do agree Threshold Stalker should stand out. I think that, honestly, that means that it should just not be a mutant. And it can have some other interesting way that it's special. Gunblade suggests that I assume this one it should be a 6/6 trample for 4 green. Yeah, they made me make this a dinosaur. I wasn't super on board with just having a random dinosaur on the plane, but you know, that said, can I see the green Garth land again? Yeah. Yeah, so all our Garth lands enter the battlefield tapped, add 1 mana of their respective color, and when they enter the battlefield, you just get to cast a copy of one of the... Currently, they're all common spells in the set that matches its color. You do still have to pay the mana, but it's kind of like being able to draw a card at the time that you play your land. Normally, I don't like the Dreadmaw meme, but I'm willing to make an exception. I think it's kind of fun. I really have enjoyed some of the, like, all the custom Dreadmaw based designs that I've seen on the custom Magic subreddit, like the Deadmaw, Colossal Deadmaw that was just like a 0/0 trample for 6 in black. Since the big and stupid common dinosaur doesn't have trample, maybe the green combat trick or buff aura should probably give trample. That's a good thought, McMoose. I like that thought. Let's do that. I like the vehicle one. That was funny. I'm not sure I saw that one. There's a specific subreddit for the Dreadmaw meme now. Oh, excellent. No, up here. So we can do positive or combat trick, and then there's pump spell. I guess right here is where we'll put it. Why not make Stalker the 4 mana 4N trample beater? Made a dread ritual, a dark ritual that gives you a CCCCGG. That's beautiful. Use this mana only to cast dinosaurs. Let's see. We do have a trampler. We could change that, but I mean that actually we probably can't change it too much, unless we just want to make this Threshold Stalker. The problem with changing this is just that because all of our common mutants follow the pattern of having an ability and then losing it to get +1/+1, it needs to have an ability, so we can't really remove trample from it. You're like, okay. But yeah, like I said, we could just reflavor it, call it Threshold Stalker, and have it be a bigger spell. Gunblade says, I think green gets 2 tramplers. I don't think there's a problem with giving green 2 tramplers, but usually you want to hit at least 1, and so I'm not saying we can't have Threshold Stalker be a trampler, just that it's not as necessary. But, I mean, we can go 4-1 trample. If I remember correctly, we don't have any way to get back enchantments from your graveyard at common, so auras can definitely be pushed a bit. We have 1, and that is in green. Where are you at? Here it is. Return target card from your graveyard to your hand. Undercover. I mean, it's 3 mana to get back any card from your graveyard, which is, you know, a fine but unexciting rate. But we didn't make a, you know, white sometimes gets back auras from your graveyard. And I think our white card that does that only gets back artifacts. That's correct. So probably doesn't need to a common if you're making an aura that gives trample as well, or change the aura. I like the idea of the aura. Oh, you're good, Mert. It's easy to forget. There's a single common, and we designed that like a month ago, so you're good. My notes say green commons have 1 to 2 tramplers. Cool. So I agree with that, but I do really like the ability to give this one trample with a pump spell or an aura. I think that was a good suggestion. Because we don't want to have 2 big tramplers. That kind of fills the same space. But so if we have 2 big creatures, one of them doesn't have trample, we can just give it trample. So I think that that can count as our second, or I don't know, 0.5 more trample. Where am I? There we go. Positive or combat trick. What do we prefer, aura or combat trick? I always like the concept of auras, even if I don't actually use them that much in draft. Have they done this? How about Threshold Stalker gets hexproof when it's not your turn? Ooh. Let's see. The problem is, the way that we have all of our commons working is they have abilities on your turn, and they lose abilities and get +1/+1 on not your turn. So to flip that would still be to make it confusing. But let's double check what our mutants... Oh, I can just do this. I keep forgetting that this is a function. Here we go. So we got flying. We do have ward. We could replace it with hexproof if we wanted. Oh, merge Flash Aura. That's not a bad idea. Theros had a +2/+2 Flash Aura in green for 3. Probably we could throw on Trample without having to go up a mana. Kind of like how the defenders don't count as creatures in the slot, I think having a non-creature spell grant Trample can count. I agree with you. I think it does count. Yeah, or just like how, you know, spells whose primary purpose is to, you know, non-creature spells who mostly just create creatures, those do count as creatures because, of course, they do. So yeah, it's not necessarily about technically what the card does, but does it fulfill the function of the slot? So yeah, we do already have a ward one. The problem with removing the ward or hexproof from this creature is that blue does not have many abilities to choose from for its mutants. We know we probably want 2 blue mutants at common, so that's ward or hexproof and flying. I think that's about it. Honestly, blue is the worst color for this. It has the fewest abilities, evergreen keywords. Besides, the skeleton is just a guideline anyway. You're right. And I'm probably guilty of holding too strictly to the guideline. So feel free to, you know, tell me when I'm just shooting down ideas for no good reason. because that is not my aim. Okay, so Merge suggested Flash. At Flash, it's got to be at least 3 mana. I mean, that is a positive aura and a combat trick. Could the combat trick be worked into the tall versus wide theme? Either a single target buff or an anthem. Ooh, interesting. Yeah, so the problem is anthems. Well, if it's a permanent anthem, which an aura is a permanent, that's not, you can't do that at common. At least maybe you could, but it would have to be really expensive. But it's kind of a good idea. I mean, making it the go wide versus the go tall theme, that is a good idea. Now permanent, I just meant like a +1/+1 to all creatures kind of thing. Yeah, white does do that more than green does. The dreaded green-white overlap. Yes, the two colors that have the most overlap in the whole game. But I like the idea of being able to sort of swap modes. You mean the dreaded green overlap with every color? Ooh. Okay, how about this? Nope, that's not capitalized. Green, Saproling, creature tokens. Or, I mean, if we don't want to do another 1/1, we could just go with the... Yeah, let's just go with the colorless boys. Colorless, construct, artifact, creature, tokens. Activate only as a sorcery. Or it could be like when the creature dies. One green instant, choose one target creature gets +3/+3 until end of turn, or creatures you control get +1/+1 until end of turn. Would say you're wrong, however, green-white is among the more severe. Yeah. Okay. Actually, I think we're getting into two different spells here. Choose one. I always forget. I think there's a space there. I can do this. I did it. All right. Or creatures you control get +1/+1 until end of turn. Red-black is apparently the biggest overlap according to Mara, followed by white-green. Oh, interesting. It's possible that I was mistaken, or just the knowledge that I have about white-green being the strongest overlap is probably several years old, because, as you can tell, I don't necessarily keep super up-to-date on things, so that's interesting to know. Well, red and black can both deal direct damage to players and to creatures, and they play a lot of aggro creatures, and there's probably more. That's what comes to mind at the moment. They can both destroy lands. Oh, discard matters. That's a good one. Yeah, there's probably a lot more. Oh, sacrifice. They both care about sacrificing. All jokes aside, they do have significant overlap. Oh, yeah, keyword abilities. Thank you. Menace, Trample, Haste. Yeah, you're right. So I can see it. So, yeah, green would definitely... Well, white would usually be the one to get creatures you control get +1/+1 until end of turn. But I think it's an acceptable bend in green. Charge is 1 mana. Giant Growth is 1 mana. So choosing between the two is 2 mana. Although Giant Growth is a little pushed at 1. So I think going up to 3 would make this pretty weak. So I think 2 is the right place for it. But Red-Black Theft, which is why I dislike all the white theft spells I've been seeing recently. We already have 3 colors that can steal things. White theft spells. Has white been stealing things? I may need some examples. I believe you. I think mostly there's... oh, custom magic. Okay. Distribute +3/+3 among creatures you control until end of turn. I know it's not the language used, but I would love it to be, yeah. I see. Okay, so you're talking custom magic. Gotcha. Using Preacher as justification. That sounds like a really old card. Oh, it is. It's from the dark. Gain control of one target creature of an opponent's choice that they control for as long as it remains tapped. Okay. You can't use a single card from the dark to justify color pie breaks. Meg, stop bullying. Yeah, most green whole board buffs generally limit to just green or creature type somehow, but it's not too far of a stretch, honestly. This is pretty limited as far as green creep goes. Yeah, we could do Seeds of Strength in mono green. I think that's what the card's called. Seeds of Strength. Yeah. Probably at that point make it 3 mana, because it does give you the additional utility of giving +2/+2 and +1/+1 and help you win 2 combats. I mean, I guess you could win more than 2 combats if you give all of your creatures +1/+1. Let's see, target creature. All right, and then do they all have their own? No, they don't have to choose things because it's not a choice, but they all have their own line like that. And then you just, have to shrink it down, clip it so that it looks nice. But yeah. All right, Sorcerers presents the suite of white cards that can steal things. These are the real ones. Okay. Preacher. A card from... okay, The Dark was in 1993, so 28 years ago. That doesn't count. Okay, you get a creature that attacked you this turn. Jabari's Influence. For 5 mana, you can gain control of a non-artifact, non-black creature that attacked you this turn, and it gets a -1/-0 counter. That's a little better, because white does have the ability to beat up on creatures that attacked you. Still, not quite. It's still a break. And it's also really old. It's from 96, so it's 25 years old. Then we got Evangelize. Okay, this is from Time Spiral, much more recent. And yeah, that is a callback to Preacher. It's 5 mana to gain control of a creature of an opponent's choice that they control, with buyback for 4. So that one's definitely a bend, if not a break. But it was Time Spiral. You know, it broke everything. That's what we love about it. Control of target creature. Yeah, side quest actually gives away control. It doesn't give you control of anything else that an opponent has. And Debt of Loyalty is from 97, so also 25. 3 mana, instant, regenerate target creature and gain control of it. Okay, this might have been back in the days when you couldn't regenerate something unless it had actually died. So you can't just point this at any creature, because eventually they changed the rule, so you can put regenerate, any number of regenerates, on anything. So under that condition, it would not let you just steal anything. It got errated. Okay. You gain control of that creature if it regenerates this way. Thank you. So yes, I was right. It was based on the way that regenerate used to work. So still, it's a bit more fair, a bit less of a break, but yeah. And yeah, Sorcerers, I can definitely see Evangelize seeing tournament play. I would have definitely played it if I had been playing Magic back then. So yes, there are 4 cards in white that can let you steal stuff. They're all old, and one of them is from a set that's not allowed to be used as precedent for anything. So yeah. Not good justification. Okay, we got our pump spell. Something seeds. Not seeds of strength. Seeds of sanity. I don't know. I feel like sanity is something that may be a little bit thin on this plane. Seeds of... Or it could just be some kind of plant name seeds. I think I start precedent at Khan's block. I think that's when they started the draft archetypes. Yeah, they started... I guess most technically, they started doing the signpost uncommons in Dragon's Maze. It really didn't shine there, though it's barely noticeable because it was already a gold set. So it was most noticeable in Theros. But even, yeah, some of those were a bit questionable. Khans was great, because not only did they have the 5 clans and what the clans cared about, but they also had signpost uncommons for the 10 color pairs, and those cared about different things. And you could build bunches of different decks. It was cool. Yeah, I did a video about signpost uncommons in my custom card series, and I was like, Theros was the first set to do it. And somebody was like, well, it was actually Dragon's Maze. And I was like, yeah, I mean, you're technically right. Which is the best kind of correct. Oh. But yeah, I don't really count Dragon's Maze, because why would you start the signpost uncommons in a set that's already all 10 color pairs? Doesn't make sense. I guess it was trying to give the color pairs something else to do, but that set was already packed to the gills with too much stuff. So I actually think that the signpost uncommons were a detriment there. All right, moving back to green cards. Acorns of Strength. You laugh, but I take you seriously. Okay, so then back to our aura. Also, I legit don't think multicolor sets can have signpost uncommons in the traditional sense. Personally, I agree with you, but I did get corrected in a comment on the video, and I was like, I have to concede you're right. They did talk about this in an article, but... Ooh. I'll put it like that for now, and I'll clip it later. Since the point of signpost uncommons is that they're the only multicolored cards frequently seen in draft. Right, that is the point. Yeah, I agree, but... And in Dragon's Maze, for example, each color had 2 uncommons per color pair. Right. So the difference was actually with Dragon's Maze, those signpost uncommons, as far as I remember, they really didn't put you into a specific theme. Rarity uncommon. Based on color. Let's see. Okay, the white-blue one, I guess it wanted you to have a bunch of creatures. It wanted you to go wide. That's a theme. Haunter of Night Vale, though, the blue-black one, is your opponent's creatures get -1/-0. How's that a build-around theme? I mean, signposts don't necessarily have to be build-arounds, but they kind of show you what the deck is doing. I guess blue-black is just supposed to be control, so it makes it harder for you to get hit. Or, well, makes it take longer for the opponent to kill you while you're trying to control them. Gruul War Chant gives all your creatures menace. I guess that one's fine. The thing about it is, as I'm saying these, I'm not certain I know for sure which ones are the signposts. And because... there's several of them. Yeah. Sorcerer says, yeah, there are 4 uncommons per color and no monocolor uncommons. Correct. There are only 10 monocolor cards for each color. That's not a lot. There are 8 commons and 2 rares. Monocolors got no mythics, no uncommons. It was a packed set. Now, personally, I really applaud the effort and the attempt that went into Dragon's Maze. I know that people like to bash on it. It was a pretty bad set. But there were a bunch of good ideas there. And I think the reasons that it failed, in part, it was a small set that was trying to... that had so much stuff going on, it needed to be a large set. And they had fewer uncommons in sets back then. So with those gone, I really wish that they would try to redo Dragon's Maze as a large set. Or, like, I'm going to be honest, I don't love Ravnica. I get bored by the 5 color, by having only 5 factions. The draft environment tends to not be very good, and that's what I'm most interested in. So when they go back to Ravnica again, which I know they will, but I'm not going to be happy about it, I want them to just do one set, all 10 factions. I think that'll be a better set, so I'll like it more, and we won't have to stay on Ravnica as long. Gunblade says, I liked the 2 sets before it. Yeah, I had bad memories of Return to Ravnica and Gatecrash, but then last year, several months ago, I did a Return to Ravnica draft with some of my students, and it was a lot of fun. There was a lot of cool stuff that you could do. Not just the 5 color pairs that were in the set. So maybe Return to Ravnica is fine. I still hear, although it might just be other people saying that it was bad, I still remember Gatecrash being bad. Unfortunately, failure is an immensely powerful teacher. Sometimes you got to fail to figure things out. I agree. I don't hold it against them when they try something new and they fail. I didn't get mad about Energy or Smuggler's Copter being too strong in Standard when Kaladesh came out. I was just happy that they tried some new stuff and pushed it. I would be unhappy if... I would be unhappier if nothing were overpowered. No, sorry. How can I word this? I would rather that they push things too far than too little. The cards should be exciting. I don't know Fire Design, but I do at least agree with that sentiment. Yeah, unless it's Oko. I think that was a huge mistake. I don't want to talk about 3 mana walkers that come in with 6 loyalty. It's not what I'm here for. Okay, getting back to it. +2/+2 and trample. We were talking about an aura that gives trample. What about... Well, no, +2/+2 does work flavorfully because then it splits. What about instead of sacrificing it, when enchanted creature... When this card is put into a graveyard from play? Where's that old wording? Is it from the battlefield? Probably from the battlefield. Create 2 1/1s. Is that too much for just 2 mana? Maybe, or for 3 mana? Maybe it's worthy of 4? It's kind of expensive just to get that trample spell we wanted, though, so I'm thinking more like that. What other green commons do we still need? McMove says that doesn't work with Undercover. Ah, I changed it. It's when the aura is put into a graveyard from the battlefield. So it will work with Undercover, because if the Undercover creature dies, then yes, Undercover doesn't. But this is not talking about the creature; it's talking about itself. But you're right. I did start to do when the creature dies. So you may have been referring to that. Fists of Ironwood is 2 mana and gives no boost. Fists of Ironwood is the one I was thinking of. Let me see. ETB, get 2 1/1s and give trample. So the difference here is it's when the aura leaves the battlefield. It's probably more fair for it to give +1/+1. You still also have a sorcery clause. Oh, sorry, yeah. Ooh, activate this ability only as a source. I guess if your creature dies at instant speed, yeah, I mean, we could cut the +2/+2 and make it that. This will be a weaker Fists of Ironwood because it won't give you the tokens immediately, but, you know, that's not the end of the world. Team of Runemark gives +2/+2. It gives trample only if you control a blue or red permanent. Yeah, so then I guess I would be giving this card 2 more upsides. Now, the Runemarks weren't the best cards in the world, but I don't think that they were that bad. So, yeah, that's probably a decent benchmark. I mean, Runemark. So then this would be worse than Fists of Ironwood, but I feel like that's probably okay. I mean, it does give you 2 artifacts, which can be relevant. It's cheaper, so you get your trample on your big dude earlier for less of an investment. This is probably fine. I think this is fine. There's enough aggro commons that could really benefit from trample 2 already. Doesn't black and red have like 4/1s? Yes. Yes, they both have a 4/1. The black one is questionable. Where are you at? 4/1 menace for 3. It's a bit too strong, probably. But, and then where's the red one? La, la, la. No? Apparently there's not a red 4/1. But we do have an 8/5, though. Of course, oh, yeah, and trample helps it not deal excess damage, so it won't hurt itself. That's pretty cool, actually. It's a good combo. This still may be too strong, because if they just don't have a creature, you get to deal 8 damage on turn 5. Or 4 if you ramp it out. Oof. Card might be too strong at uncommon. All right. Yes, so, cool. This guy's good. It goes big, it goes wide. Sorry. Defiant Mars did ask what other green common slots do we need. We need a 2-drop creature, 3 or 4-drop creature, 2 more 4-drop creatures, a 5 or 6, a punch spell or fight spell, some kind of destroy spell, probably flyers, artifacts, enchantments, and some ramp. Oh, and maybe a commune spell. I feel like it would be fun to do commune with the unnatural as opposed to commune with the natural, but we don't have to. So, any ideas for any of that? Oh, we have no green raid cards. We should make some green raid cards. Raid on a punch spell or a fight spell would be interesting, because usually you want to fight or punch before combat. So would it be good to give raid to one of these spells, because it creates this tension between, do you want to attack first or do you want to cast your spell first? Or would it be worse because you should just reward people for doing the things that they want to be doing, and instead of making them choose? 2 mana sorcery, fight gives your dude +2/+2 before the fight if it's colorless. That's pretty cool. We could make that like a 2 mana sorcery. Oh, you did say that, so cool. We're on the same page. Target creature you control fights target spell. If that spell is dealt more damage than its mana value, counter that spell. Oh boy. I like the sound of that. Maybe case file. We'll put that in the case file. Okay, yeah. This is a pretty good suggestion, sorcerers. Cool. So we need some raid. Please don't give green counter spells. It was a joke. Too late. You brought this on yourself. Don't have to say that if you attacked this turn. So I'm trying to walk the line here between Lay of the Land and Rampant Growth. So Lay of the Land is 1 mana to get any basic land, put it in your hand. Yeah, McMoose, that's what I'm thinking about. Is yeah, Lay of the Land can only get basic lands for 1 mana. Rampant Growth, they've deemed a bit too powerful to put into standard sets, but for 2 mana you can put a basic land into play tapped. So if we kind of walk the line, I was thinking without raid, you're getting slightly more than 1 mana. You're getting any land, but you're getting less than Rampant Growth. But if you do have raid, then you get a bonus that's slightly better than Rampant Growth. I don't know. Sorcerer suggests have it put a basic down untapped. Okay. Seems that I am outvoted. But in that case, yeah, we need it to be a bit more balanced, rebalanced. Because then in this case, this seems pretty questionable. So you're just saying like this. Then if you attack this turn, you may put a land from your hand onto the battlefield. So then for 2 mana, you could get a new land and put 1 into play. So it would ramp you, but it would be untapped, which is better than Rampant Growth. Sylvan Scrying is a 2-mana uncommon. So it is. Okay, so this is a bit more common then. Yeah, I guess just being able to search for any land maybe just makes more sense at uncommon, which is not a heuristic that I've really, come up with I haven't really adopted that yet, but maybe that's a good one to think about. For a comment, tutoring a Cobalt Coffers into play, for example, it seems gross. That's reasonable. Okay. So then my question is, does this make sense? Does Red-Green Raid want to ramp? Yeah, probably. It's mid-range, so it wants to be able to cast its big stuff. Tutoring a Garth land does sound fun, though. That is what I was thinking. I mean, those are the only special lands we have, except I have a note to make a Maze of Oz. But yeah, okay. Maybe we put something that can tutor up land, any land at uncommon, or in the case file. Maybe at a higher rarity, but at common. I'm confused. Oh, I see. Yeah. I was misunderstanding what you're saying. Yes. Okay. So we're all in agreement now. Uncommon or higher should be where you can get any land. I'm eating here soon, so I'm going to miss some stuff. Okay, well, Gunblade, thanks for showing up. Hopefully you can come back after your dinner, but if not, that's cool too. Definitely appreciate you showing up. All right, back to ramp spell. What do we call this? Is that a card name? It is not. Cool. Okay. I really like the idea of Commune with the Unnatural. Brave the Unknown. I guess that is sort of the whole point of the set. There's only Brave the Sands and Brave the Elements so far, so Brave the Unknown is good to go. Cool. So, and now I want a Commune with the Natural. No? Oh, it's Commune with Nature. That's what it is. Okay, so it's 1 mana sorcery. Look at the top 5 cards of your library. You may reveal a creature card from among them and put it into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in any order. So it's 1 mana to pull out a creature from the top 5 cards of your library. Brave, Cabal, Minion. Print the new one that looks for a colorless card. Beckmoose, that's what I was thinking. I guess that's... Is that just Ancient Stirrings? Did I just reinvent... Ancient Stirrings? That is just Ancient Stirrings. Why? It would not be able to get undercover cards, which is interesting. Functional reprints are fine, but does it help the green archetype? Green isn't even one of our colorless matters colors. Yeah, I mean, it kind of is in that it's an undercover matters set, but not if the undercover cards are not colorless when they're not on the battlefield face down. And the fight spell was just to help with the undercover. Oof, okay. Rude. Thinking of Adventurous Impulse, but that says land, not colorless. Yeah. Oh. It could just be Commune with nature, but a bit weaker because it can't grab humans. The new one also hits creatures. Yeah, they've been doing some that hit lands or creatures, which is more efficient. But they look at fewer cards, which is probably for the best. I don't think that green should necessarily be looking at 5 cards all the time. I think that's more blue territory. But hey, green's never been one to share. Well, I guess they share with everybody. So, I mean, this does kind of work with green's themes, at least with black-green and blue-green, because those are kind of tribes that are not human. Undercover isn't really a tribe, but most of the undercover cards will probably not be humans. So, I think all 5 colors could use more card filtering for subtypes, but green's targets are just so good. Do we have a common mutant tribal effect yet? No, we don't. We only have 2 mutants. So, that's about it. We got the Caterpillar. And we got the mana value creature. Gift of the Gargantuan is fun. Two and a green sorcery. Look at the top 4 cards of your library. You may reveal a creature and or a land from among them and put them into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in any order. Yeah. So kind of like a green version of a divination. I think that makes some sense. But you can whiff, which you cannot do with divination. Man, I feel like the +1/+1 and Death Touch want to be swapped here. Right, this doesn't... It really does. I mean, we can discuss swapping them all. I don't think that we want to have it so that some do it on your turn and some don't. But I actually suggested swapping them, but I was outvoted on that. So you may have to take it up with a bunch of the audience. So if you swap them all, I can. There we go. All right. So on your turn, you'd have a 3/3 attacker in blue versus a 2/2 flying blocker. That one does not work swapped. Yeah, we can rework stats, probably. Ward does work better on the opponent's turn than on your turn, because that means that it works against both sorcery and instant speed removal. There's that. Death Touch is definitely a better defender than attacker. Yeah, MacMoose, to be fair to this design, Death Touch attackers are a little better in this set because we have green raid, which means that if they don't have a small thing to just trade off with and not care, they may just have to let you keep getting in, get your raid triggers off. Trample does not work at all on your turn. And those are all just sort of proto designs. So, one of them could potentially work swapped. One does not at all. Two do work better swapped. Change trample to reach. Peak butterfly flavor. We really need that blue-red combat keyword to replace prowess. Yeah, we sure do. Nijugo is so unbelievably pissed. I'm sorry to hear that. Hopefully it's not with something we have done. Yeah, I mean, we could change them all. Then we do need to put trample onto another creature because we lose a RP trample. Went to CVS with plenty of time to pick up something there, and go to FedEx. Let's just see how it would look if we did swap them all. This would be... It had the specific CVS changed earlier in the day because the previous one is a nightmare to deal with. All right. So this doesn't have trample as long as it's... I guess we could just say as long as it's your turn. And I feel like we want to swap this if it's going to gain reach. Oh, and we're not talking reach trample anymore. We're talking reach. Get there and find out that no, actually they hadn't had it changed, and then had to wait 30 minutes while the other CVS hung up on the one I was in. Excellent. That sounds great. Not only did you not get your prescription, but the FedEx closed too. So the CVS that you were at didn't hang up the phone and be like, okay, yeah, prescription's good, let's go fill that right now? Because I think they have the drugs all in there. They could fill it in a short amount of time. I think you want these flip munes to be worded as long as it's not your turn, card name gets -1/-1 and gains reach. I think you may be right, because as long as it's your turn feels weird. I just... getting -1/-1 could feel bad to newer players, even though it's effectively the same thing. Gets -1/-1 and gains reach. And in that case, it's a 5/6. As long as it's, and then still not your turn. So it's a 5/6 on your turn, and then on the opponent's turn, it becomes a 4/5 reach. Thinking this is probably still, we probably still just want to go 5/5. That makes sense. CVS I was at said, come back tomorrow and we'll fill it then. That's weird. I mean, I'm not a pharmacist, but I don't think it takes that long to fill a prescription. Once you've gotten that prescription confirmed, of course. Yeah, you're right, Sorcerers. It does save a line. Seems fine. All right. So this one would be, as long as it's not your turn, gets -1, -1, and has. I actually think it would be has Death Touch. Did I do that on the previous one? Well, I'm sorry to hear that that was a very frustrating, Nijugo. That's not a great way to spend your evening. I'm just sad this doesn't fill the image I had of a Colossal Caterpillar, but mechanically it does work. Yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry. I guess you were just like giant caterpillar trampling through the city. But instead, it kind of has the flavor of turning into a butterfly and then back into a caterpillar and then back into a butterfly. Which is, weird and mutatey because usually they just go one way. Okay, I'm kind of liking this switch. Let's just mark these with like an S so that I know that they're the switched ones and can easily get back to them should I need. Okay, and then for the blue ones, Kerp. Give it flying, green is tertiary and flying. No, stop it. I got so mad in a AFR draft. I may have complained about this last week, but I'm still mad. I was winning the game. I played well, and then they just drop an old gnawbone. Oh, it's a 7/7 green flyer. What am I supposed to do? And I cannot multitask. And has flying. There we go. Okay. And so then I feel like this needs to be just a 3/2. So it's a 3/2 on your turn or a 2/1 flying on the opponent's turn. So it blocks okay as a flyer. Or it attacks okay as a ground creature. I'd almost say go with a 2-mana 2/3. You may be right. Let's see. So on your turn, it attacks as a 2/3. And on the opponent's turn, it's a 1/2 flyer? But blue's not supposed to be able to attack with a 2-mana 2/3? Oh, the stat line on this is so awkward. And then bump up one of our 2-mana creatures to be the new 3-mana 2/2 flyer. The problem is that either half of this needs to be something that the creature can generally do. And I don't feel like blue's supposed to be allowed to attack with a 2/3. 2-mana 2/2 then. Oh yeah, blue doesn't even get those, does it? At least not at common. We make the blue bear, but it's slightly worse on defense stat-wise. I don't hate it. It's interesting. It's different. It's different and interesting. Okay, I can get behind it. Besides, Baphomet had the fat bird, which is almost the same thing. This is not Baphomet. Okay, so we got... I guess we need to turn one of these into a 3-drop. Flying blocker doesn't do much, though. It's true. That one does feel awkward, doesn't it? We can make it the big flyer. Since one of the main sources of flying attackers was this card. This is a headache, isn't it? Yeah, so I think that if we make this card, we just where are we at? This card, we just don't count it in the set file as a flyer, and we need 2 to 3 other flyers. Does that make sense? Either that, or we could go with a much bigger creature. The stat line could be like 4/4 for 5 becomes a 3/3 flyer. I guess even in that case, though, you can't attack with it. Either way, it's just a defending flyer. So we're not counting it for that. So our other flyers are Dustlender, or whatever it is. When it attacks, this is a small version of like the Pegasus and the Griffin that can all like give flying to other creatures. We decided at 2 mana that just being able to give another attacker flying was too strong, so you can pay a mana to do so. And I think that was about right. But if we want to move this up the chain to a different mana cost, maybe we can just make it that. It's weird that these come in batches of 2. I don't know. Banned. And stop it. Get out of the way. I don't know. Stop. I do the first one, and then this thing pops up that blocks me from even getting to the second one. There we go. Okay. Okay, and then do we have any other flyers? Probably not. The Carp was our other flyer. We reprinted Phantom Monster, which I think is a pretty great reprint for this set. I have Double Strike. Yes. It's my favorite mechanic. Oh man, I played a Kaladesh remastered draft yesterday, and oh man, that 2/2 double strike for 4 that can get bigger with energy is so good. Scrapper Servant, maybe? We need to turn one of the other 2-drops into 3-drops. Yes. So I think this one needs to stay a 2-drop because part of the point of it is you drop it on turn 2, and then on turn 3 you play an undercover, and boom, this guy's unblockable. That's pretty much the whole point. So, File Thief is already a 3-drop. Yeah, it's below this one now, or it's above the 2-drop now because of numbers, which I'm going to change just for... Oh, that's the wrong one. 4. There we go. Just for ease. There we go. So if it's not this one, it has to be this one, which is a little sad because I do like the design, but yeah, what can you do? I mean, we could keep the design, give it better stats than such a creature might usually get. What was the Hour of Devastation one? It was Aerial Guide. It was just a Windrake that automatically gives an attacking creature flying. Now, that was really good, so we could keep on having to pay 1 mana. Or we could just, make it that. It's a little boring. I don't know. What do you guys think? Do you have any ideas? I really like this design. I think it's a bit interesting and unique. It's not just the same powerful common that just makes all of your creatures attackers. It has a little bit more tension to it about whether you can actually pay the mana or not. I've been devouring the series on YouTube. Excited to catch a live stream. Well, Ratmark, thank you for showing up. We're happy to have you here. I'm glad that you've been enjoying it. think that's totally fine. Oh, look at that. We interrupt another. Oh, yeah. Everything's fine. You can definitely become one of us. All right, yeah. Let's just leave this as is. It's a weaker aerial guide, but aerial guide is quite the common, so I think this is fine as well. Cool. So that wasn't too bad. I think it worked better with the original cost. Is it a bad thing to just have 3 2-drops? Not necessarily. The thing is, blue gets the fewest creatures of anyone. So, a reason... And we only have 2 3-drops, so... Where'd the other one go? Ah, I moved it there. So if we were to get rid of it, we would only have 1 3-drop, which is a little less bad in this set because we have Undercover, but it's a little... But blue isn't the main color of Undercover. I guess it's the secondary color. It's a little bad. I don't think it's the end of the world, but... Right, you can see that having issues. I wasn't counting the 3-drops. Right. I agree with you. I liked it at 2 mana. I just don't see... We could see... Do we have a 4-drop that could come down? Let's see. We have 2 4-drops. I don't think blue's required to have 2 4-drops. But blue generally does have a couple higher end drops because it tends to be a slower color. We need to make a alternate version of this one. Gets -1, and has ward 2. All right. And that means that it's a 3/5. No. That stat line doesn't work anymore. The blue stat lines worked better on defense because blue's allowed to have big defenders, but it can't have big attackers like this. It's not allowed to have a 3/5 attacker for 4. So I think we need it to have a bigger butt. Fortress Crab is a 2/6 for 4, right? Nope, it's a 1/6. So we could go like 2/5, and then this would be a 1/4 with ward. So it would be pretty hard to get through. Stat line's nothing great, but 2/5 for 4 is acceptable at least. The problem, I guess, is that this card tends to be more of a defender. So the fact that it's losing stats when you really want to defend with it. But it can also attack just fine, so this is probably okay. Maybe unexciting, but okay. You could just make it a 1/6. I could. I mean, we could do that. 1/6, and but then, you know, what's the point of not just having it be a 0/7 ward 2? I guess it's easier for them to remove on your turn. Wait. Yeah. You really like that the reversed version save a line. It's true. It does look cleaner. But 0 power on block does not mean much. Oh, I went the wrong way. Not 0/7 ward 2. It would be a 0/5. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, 3/4... The problem with 3/4 is that blue doesn't get 3/4 attackers. I know that this isn't strictly speaking that. It's a 3/4 attacker / a 2/3 ward 2 defender. But blue's creatures are supposed to be a bit more defensive. I feel like 2/5 might be the best stat line we can reasonably do. Or, actually, 2/6 might be okay, because you're supposed to use Fortress Crab as a blocker anyway, so then this turns into a 1/5 ward 2 blocker. Or can attack as a 2/6 attacker. That's This might be the best we can do. I think this or 2/5. What do you guys think? Blue gets 3/4s? Does it? Generally for 5. Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, I guess. I meant for 4, but I know that this isn't strictly speaking map because it loses a stat on the opponent's turn. Blue gets 3/4 for 4 at rare. Yeah, but at common, oops. Trying to be a bit disciplined. Shimmer Scale Drake. Yes. Yep, it's a 3/4 flyer for 5 with cycling 2. Yep. Blue definitely gets 3/4 flyers for 5. But that doesn't necessarily mean that you can just take off flying and take off a mana and have it be good to go. Because it plays out differently. Yes, they can get that 3/4 stat line, but they have to wait till turn 5. Yes, it gets flying, because that's something blue does, but they can't get that 3/4 stat line as easily on turn 4. Thought I was in my calculator, ignore the +2. You're good. So I think the downside of losing a power toughness on defense is worth making this a 3/4. I could be convinced that is the case, if other people think so too. Then on not your turn, it's a 2/3 ward 2. So what does everybody else think? Also, Illusionary Servant is a 3/4 flyer for 3 with illusion downside. Sorcerer's comfortable with a 4 mana 3/4 common in general for blue. Ooh, spicy. Okay, well, Sorcerer's okay with it. Najugo's, of course, okay with it. And those are the only people I'm hearing from on this issue, so let's do it. Should be fine, could always be changed after testing. Yeah, that's reasonable. Does everybody like these better than the originals? So this would be a 3/5 on defense or a 2/4 ward 2 on offense. Sorcerer says, not as spicy as my 4 mana 1/8 vanilla that I've used in 2 sets now. But have you used it in 4 sets in a row? Because that's how you really get it meme status. Okay. Personally, I think I like the change better, but that's could just be me. Dreadmon was only in 3 sets. I don't think so. I think it was Ixalan, Rivals of Ixalan, Masters 25, and I think there was a 4th one. But you're right, I'm not thinking, I can't think of it right now. Yeah, Core Set 2019? No. Yeah. No. Did that skip Dominaria then? I'm confused about the timeline. Yeah, I think it had to have skipped Dominaria. So then it wouldn't have been 4 in a row. Still. The Sorcerer says, I fully support the change. Most Simic keywords tend to be either just as good or better defensively rather than offensively. Okay. Mekmu says, I'm iffy on it. Some of them I like with the changes, some of them I prefer beforehand. Needing 1 less line does make it neater. You think Dom was after M19? Ixalan Block did that weird carry-up comments from the past set thing right before the 2-set block model was retired. Oh, okay. Cool. Yeah, and honestly, I was happy that Ixalan Block did that. I thought it made perfect sense, you know? Especially with the Legion Conquistador, which wants you to have as many as possible. You know, it was helpful having it in both sets. That was great. Colossal Dreadmaw is just a good common, so I wasn't unhappy about that. Raptor Companion was fine, I guess. I thought it was a good thing for them to do. And then, yeah, obviously that was the last, like, official block, but still, I was glad that they were innovating there. Okay. Mechmoo said he's iffy on the change. I'm not sure about anyone else. No, Sorcerer said he likes it. I should probably give this an extra stat. Otherwise, it's just going to kill itself. Defiant Mars says, wasn't Ixalan rivals Dominaria M19, at least for standard sets? Mars, I think you're right. I'm pretty sure that's how it went, because that would have been the 4 sets for the year. And obviously the core set is the last one, because it comes right before the fall set, which was Guilds of Ravnica. And then you had the 3 Ravnica sets together before M20. So I'm pretty sure that it was that, and it wasn't actually 4 sets in a row. It would have had to skip one. But still, it was 4 out of 5 sets in a row, which is still a lot. Okay. Should green be able to get a 2/2 for 1 aggressor? Is that fair? Green already gets conditional 2/2s for 1 at common. Yeah. But this isn't conditional. I mean, say you do put it on defense. Yeah, it's a 1/1, but it's still going to kill whatever gets thrown at it. And it's going to die in the process like it probably would anyway. So it really kind of is, in that case, an unconditional 2/2 for 1. I remember everyone being in a tizzy about the story's timeline, forgetting that time skips are common in media. Which story's timeline? Magic overall? Dominaria? Sorcerer says, thanks fire, it was in Eldraine. I don't know what that means either. I feel like I'm confused. But of course, we can't just, like, reduce stats, because if we reduce its power or its toughness by 1, then it just dies when it's not your turn. Clearly bad. If we reduce its power by 1, Death Touch doesn't do anything on defense. Oh, it's not the time skips, it's throwing away the format 6 different times. Oh, yeah. If we're talking about the Guilds of Ravnica story, and, well, particularly War of the Spark, the way they handled that was pretty terrible. They just tried so many different things all at the same time, and didn't really follow through on much of it, and what they did was bad, and it was a mess. Make this a 2-mana 2/3, or 2/2. Then they stopped doing the books again because they sucked, and then Brandon Sanderson made a web thing, and it was great. Yes, it was great. It was some of the best, one of the best books They probably had, and then they screwed him out of that. So now he's not going to write for them again, which is just great. I mean, my favorite author, and I had been wanting him to write for Magic for a long time, and then it finally happened. But all right. I was more referencing when I remembered the order of the sets, since both the Ixalan rival story and the Dominaria story followed after Hour of Devastation. Yes, good point. They were happening kind of concurrently. And then Jace showed up near the end of the Dominaria story after having just completed his Ixalan story. Okay. So, we do have 2 1-drops in green because it was trying... Oops, those don't count. We don't have 2 1-drops in green. Well, then if we bump something up, we'll need to bump something else down. So if this goes up, 2 mana, 2/3 at common. Green has gotten 2 mana, 2/3s at common. Kujar Seed Sculptor from Kaladesh is technically not, but it can make itself a 2/3 for 2 and has the upside of being able to make something else a 2/3 for 2. Now maybe that's not a good example because most of the green commons in Kaladesh were pretty pushed, but there is precedent. So first of all, yes, it does need the static death touch removed. You are correct. Yes, I agree, Mechmoose. Unfortunately, while I liked it at 1 mana, it does not work at 1 mana here. So that is one thing that maybe could be better the old way, is that we could have the 1/1 Death Toucher. I think 1 mana 2/2 is fine in green. It's only a 1/1 on blocks. The problem, Nijugo, is that it's effectively more than a 1/1 on blocks. It has Death Touch, so it can kill anything, so the power doesn't matter. Toughness is technically double. That's true. But most of the things you're going to want to block with a 1/1 Death Toucher are already going to kill a 1/2 Death Toucher. The difference between 1 and 2 toughness isn't that significant. So for all intents and purposes, it acts as a 2/2 on either offense or defense. But toughness, it's a bit more nebulous. You can make an argument that the 1 versus 2 toughness is relevant. But okay. So I think this is fine as is now. Question then is, what becomes a 1-drop? Oh, well, right. We're not done with these yet, so we just drop this down. Cool. I was forgetting, with all the other colors, every time we switch something, we have to switch something else. But not here. Not here. Then where's the original 2? There we go. This becomes 3. Cool. Wait, holy cow. We can finish the comments tonight. We sure can. That's the plan. Because after the green, there's just going to be a few colorless. Yeah. Yep. So I feel like we've been moving a bit slow, so maybe we need to stick with it. Keep moving on. But I guess before we can do that, we do really have to decide, do we want to stick with the new version of Mutate, or do we want to stick with the previous version? Mechmoose was saying that maybe they don't like it as much. Sorcerers is firmly in the camp of keeping the new ones. I do regret the loss of our 1-drop Death Toucher, but I think overall it's better switched. So I'm going to vote for that as well. Any other thoughts from anyone else? Nijugo or Mars? Or Mark Rat? Some kind of rat? Rat Mark, there we go. Black still has a 1-drop Death Touch too, I think. Oh, if it does, yeah, only 1 creature needs it. no. Black's 1-drop is an undercover creature. But it's fine. We don't need a 1-mana Death Touch. It's not like a mandatory thing, though many sets have them. A 1-drop Death Toucher and a 2-drop Death Toucher aren't too different for limited purposes. That's true. It really just affects... The main thing that it affects is if you do have a 1-drop, you can play it on turn 1 and then start getting your actually more aggressive creatures out starting turn 2. Whereas if it's 2 mana, you spend your turn 2 doing that, and you're a bit less aggressive. And this set is trying to be a bit more aggressive. Well, green is, anyway. But I think a 2/3 attacker for 2 does count as aggressive. So, Defy Mars says, I just like the line compression. It helps alleviate the 4+ lines of text red flag from New World Order. That's a good point. So I'd say that counts as a vote in favor of keeping the new one. All right. In that case, let's plan to keep them for now. If we need, we can revisit it at a later date. This is definitely an awkward mechanic. Not easy to work with at all. So, oh, I just straight up changed that one. So I would understand if, I understand why we're having such difficulty. Is that the wrong one? Yeah, I deleted the wrong one. There we go. Whew. I find it really hard to edit these cards while I'm talking, so I'm sorry I make so many mistakes. Alrighty, your 1-drop is a 1-mana 1/1 with raid to enter the battlefield with a counter. That sounds right. There's our 2/2 for 1. Call it Colossal Caterpillar. Don't forget, red got this with first strike. True, it did. At uncommon. Yes. At uncommon, but my point stands. Yeah. Honestly, it's worse than the red one, and I seem to recall being disappointed by the red one. And, like, I really thought it was going to be better than it was. Maybe I just played wrong, though. Hold on. Was it in Ixalan, or was it in Rivals of Ixalan? Rigging Runner. It was in Ixalan. So it was probably pretty good because aggro was real good in that format. Maybe I just remember not liking it because I didn't like the format. It was a real rough format. It probably was good, but without first strike, it's a lot less. It's going to be not as much of a problem. So I think this is probably fine. If you were playing this on turn 1 as a 2/2, that's questionable, but you physically can't do it unless you have somehow have a 0-drop haste creature, which I guess we could do in the set file if we wanted. It's actually not a bad idea. I'm gonna write that down for our set file. Where is my folder? There we go. If it has a relevant creature type, that would help. Good point. I will put that on the type line. Lol, a 0-drop haste creature exists now thanks to Commander Legends. Oh, yeah, Rogue Rach. It has 0 power, yeah. Those kobolds of Kirkkeep. Those goobers. There's also Bonded Fetch. That's a good point. Haste blue creature. Honestly, I kind of like the design of giving haste to defenders with tap abilities. I mean, that's obvious. It's very specific, but okay, cool. So this could be. Let's see. It cares about attacking. It's probably a monster or an angry human. But I mean, I guess we did get a suggestion for Colossal Caterpillar, but I don't know that Stampede Beast Lad official name. Elk. Everything's an elk now. Stampede makes sense. It gets bigger if you've attacked. It's stampeding. Elk Horror. Don't make it human because of that stirrings card you made. Yep. Good call. Yeah. Our only sapient race here is humans, so pretty much anything working for the organization currently is humans. So I'm basically locked into making a bunch of humans, and so every time that I can choose not to, I've been choosing not to make it human. And we do have I think at least one other card that cares about non-humans, but I'm not sure where that's at. Why'd you say Oko twice? One for the name, one for the type line, right? I don't know that I want to do that, sorcerers. All right. So I made this creature. Whenever a creature enters the battlefield under your control, it gets +1/+1 until end of turn. What do we think? Is that it's for the go wide theme? You know, you play 2 token, spell that makes 2 tokens. Boom. This attacking is a 4/5. That seems actually really pretty good. I love Bronzebeak Moa. Oh yeah. Hey, we were just talking about that one earlier. One of the few birds in Magic that does not fly. Okay, so Bronzebeak Moa was a 2/2 for 4, but it got +3/+3 when a creature entered. Is this better as an uncommon? Because that way I feel more okay with making it stat line aggressive. Ichigo says Elk Horror, though. I mean, we can make it an Elk Horror. I don't know if that's necessary. Can I convince you to give it trample and take the trample off the 4/1? Did I ever give the 4/1 trample? I did. I honestly did not remember what we did with Threshold Stalker. Okay, well, apparently I did what you suggested and made it a 4/1 trample. Sorcerer says this is 100% fine at common. Whitehead, a 4-mana 2/3 flyer with the same ability. Oh yeah, I do remember that one. Okay, so you're saying take trample off of that. Now, notably, we did already take trample off of another dude. But do we want it on 2/3 drops? I don't know. So you're saying give it like that. And then, I mean, at that point, it's probably a 2/2, right? We need to do something cool with Threshold Stalker. I agree. Correct. Green does not have a big creature with trample anymore. We could give it to our undercover creature. We would want to make its stats a bit smaller, because I wouldn't be comfortable with a 7/6 trample for 6 that is also undercover. But we could make it like a 6/5 trample for 6 with undercover, something like that. Threshold Stalker is a 3-mana 3/2 that can't be blocked by creatures with greater toughness. Interesting. So it's kind of like the green creatures that can't be blocked by creatures with lesser power, but it's the opposite. It's greater toughness. Didn't you make that trample aura to work with the undercover guy? That's a good point. I sure did. You're right. I guess now it could work with Colossal Caterpillar instead. But yeah, no, you're right. I guess we have another slot for a 5 or 6 mana creature. Is that right? 2 5-drops and a 6-drop, or 2 6-drops and a 5-drop? Because that we could give the third guy trample. That way we would have a big trampler. That is correct. Green gets 3 5+ mana value slots. All right. Just double checking. That seems a bit high, but let's see. Okay. Kaldheim has 2. Strixhaven has 2. Other sets. Zendikar Rising has 2. No sorcerers. I'm starting to have doubts. M21 has... M21 has 3. Okay. How about AFR? Also 3. Okay. Strix is a multicolor set, but I was counting those cards as well. I counted all the multicolor cards. There's literally just Leyline Invocation in mono green and Witherbloom Pledge Mage in hybrid black green. Nothing else in blue green or black green. I guess kind of Fractal Summoning. You don't usually get X spells at common, so I guess you could count that. But M20 also has 3. Theros Beyond Death has 2. Ikoria has 3. So, yeah, it seems like it's maybe 2.5. According to the skeleton, the green slots are 5, 5 to 6, and 6+. Is that the skeleton that Mark Rosewater did in his more recent Nuts and Bolts article? Najuga Bookworm is an uncommon. It's a good one. That's probably one of my favorite cards in the set. It's both, it plays fun and it's got great flavor. But yes, the updated Nuts and Bolts article. Hey, well, in that case, I believe you guys. I just so you're not counting Bayou Groff in Strix. Oh, you got me there, Najugo. You're right. Bayou Groff does count. So cool. All right, so 3 it is. Some of those... Yeah, it looks like they are mainly creatures. So, we can get 3. So we want it to be Trampoly. We want it to cost either 5 or 6. Or 7, even, if we want. Is green trying to go big, I guess? Mutants, mid-range raid, go wide or go tall. I don't think green's trying to go that big in this set. Ramp isn't like a huge theme, so I think we don't need to go up to 7 mana. I don't know how that applies to other types of sets. I haven't crunched Strixhaven or the Warblock multicolor sets yet. Yeah, it's, colors do get a little bit mixed up on or like the guidelines get mixed on multicolor sets for sure. But yeah, I was trying to be as general as possible, and I still only came up with 2. But Najugo's right. Strixhaven has Bayou Groff, which is secretly a 5-drop. So, okay, so we know that we want this to have trample because our other 2 big creatures don't. Do we want it to do anything else, or do we just want it to be a big trample dude? It also has fractal summoning, yes, which definitely does count. It's definitely arguable that it could count, and I would probably count it because I cast it many times, and I never cast it for less than, never for less than 5 mana, usually for 7 or 8. So, trample plus raid. Raid Owlbear. So you're saying something like that. How is the archetype spread for greens commons? Good point. I guess we could do it. Let me make a list. All right, so we've got raid, mutants, wide/tall, and undercover. We got 1 raid. We got 1 mutant. We got an undercover. This is a wide and tall. Threshold Stalker. We need that to design 1, 2, 3, 4. That's a mutant. We're looking at raid for this one. Undercover. This is colorless, which means it's undercover. This is more of a wide and tall. Undercover. Wide and tall. Raid. And this doesn't really fit into any category particularly. It'll probably go well with undercover, though, or mutants. So it'll also probably go well with raid. We'll have some. I'm not going to put this in any specific one. So we got 3 raid, 1 mutant. I must have missed one. I skipped over the caterpillar. Yeah. So 3 raid, 2 mutants, 3 of the wide and tall, and 4 undercover. So, in that case, we could use slightly more like... sorcerers, weren't you suggesting like a mutant tribal payoff at common? 3 mutants because Stalker is 1 at the moment. Yeah, but it's only 1 at the moment because it had a mutant-like ability, and if we remove that and don't return it, it's not really going to be a mutant, so because its design is still up in the air, I don't want to count it yet. Yes, we have 3 actual undercover spells, but we also have the fight spell, which gives target creature, colorless creature, +2/+2. Well, gives a creature +2/+2 if it's colorless, then that creature fights. So it's a fight spell. It's actually a bad fight spell, unless you're using it on a colorless creature. Generally, when there's a one-off tribal limited archetype, that archetype gets 1 true tribal payoff at common, albeit rather small. Well, it would have to be. Common payoffs, or like, you can't do strong payoffs at common. So, problem is if we put that payoff on a creature, then that creature probably needs to be a mutant, right? Yet we don't have any more abilities that we could give to a green mutant at common. We've used Reach and we've used Death Touch. I guess green is allowed to get Haste, but Haste also only works on when attacking, just like Trample, which is why we can't use Trample. I see. If I said First Strike, I meant Reach. I'm confused about what I said now. Anyhow, how about something that puts +1 counters on some number of your mutants to negate their -1/-1 on the opponent's turn? Okay, but if it can only put counters on mutants, then that's a... Can only put counters on mutants. We could have it be like kind of a graft type creature. It just comes in with a bunch of counters and spreads them out, but only to mutants. Mech says a rare payoff that's a 10/10 mutant for 6, but it copies the abilities of all other mutants you control. So with a board of mutants, it kills itself. That's kind of funny. But then you just play no mutants, right? And you've got yourself a 10/10 for 6. Slightly worse than Gigantosaurus, I guess. You were thinking something like River Herald's Boon. Oh, yeah. Oh, boy. That was... Oof. Ixalan was quite the trip. Put a +1/+1 counter on target creature and a +1/+1 counter on up to 1 target merfolk. Yeah, we already have 2 pump spells. So I don't know if we have room for that per se. I mean, we could probably cut Commune with the Unnatural, although I think it's quite a funny reference. Is that even worth a slot at common? I don't know. We do still have a hate card, and we could tack it onto there. No, Commune is actually filling a named spell slot as filtering. That's reasonable. I guess green does pretty consistently get those spells now, but you could just put that ability on an ETB, theme it as a scientist. Yeah. Green doesn't tend to get the scientists, though. It's more white, blue, black, which is why that's where research is, but it is reasonable. We could have it as some kind of... It doesn't have to itself be a monster. It could be like a creature... Tree? No, plant. There we go. Tree's not a type. Defender, and it like enters with just be something like that. I don't know if this is any good at all. This is just what is going through my head at the moment. Stairs and Quandrix. Okay. You know what? You are right. You are right. Green doesn't not get scientists. My bad. Also, yeah, Witherbloom had ecologists in green. You're right. On this world, our scientists are Esper. Is probably the better way to put it. Honestly, take away the treble bonus and just make a Scrounging Bunder if you're going to do that. No sarcasm, Scrounging Bunder is rad. Green tends to get biologists. Yeah, you're right. I wasn't thinking through everything. I apologize and retract my previous comment. Okay, so you're saying Scrounging Bunder. Do we have a 2-drop slot left? We got the Stampede Elk at 1. We got the Aberrant Viper at 2. We got Mystic of Asp at 2. Green can have a third 3-drop. We would have to cut something else. We have 2 3s, so we could cut one of these 4s or 3 for it. Oh, you're saying a 4-drop Bunder. Oh, okay. So you're saying with three. I was going to say 4 seems really strong. And then it's just what? At the beginning of your upkeep, you can move counters? Make it a 0/0 or a 0/1. Yeah, we could leave it 0/1. Oops, I say as I put a 0. And that way it doesn't die when you give away its counters. Probably doesn't want to be called Scrounging Butter, though. Okay, that's not a mutant per se. Or, like, it's not a mutant tribal, which was the goal. It does kind of work with mutants, since they have abilities that you want to put the counters on creatures with abilities, but they only have abilities half the time. I don't know. Can I see the mutant signpost real quick? Sure. There it is. Excellent. I would love to hear it. The planet is a good, wide, tall candidate. That's a good point. It really is, right? Because you can either use it to stack up all your counters onto one big creature, or you can each turn move one counter onto a smaller creature. Or just a different creature, whichever one needs it. Okay, so Sorcerers is designing our mutant signpost. Let's let him do that, and we can keep working on other stuff, because it could take a minute. Oh, too late. I already took too long. Okay, as long as it's your turn, card name and other mutants you control have keyword. As long as it's not your turn, other mutants you control get +1/+1. Those should be on different lines. Got it. Okay. As long as it is your turn. So on your turn, your stuff has... Well, I don't know if we want to mix Hexproof and Ward, but what's more green-blue than Hexproof? Oh yeah, drawing cards and playing lands. You'd suggest Trample. Okay. I will say, both of these things are more green, I'd say. I guess +1/+1, any tribe can give its members +1/+1. Any color can do that. So maybe it's not exactly mono green. Since the tribe itself is green-blue, then just the fact that it cares about mutants defines the ability as green-blue. Well, we can't put trample on our commons, so this kind of makes some sense. Honestly, I don't totally buy that we want our multicolor cards to function in both colors rather than only one thing, given their track record with multicolor stuff. Oh yeah, no. They don't actually play that way most of the time. Or we'll say that they don't play that way a significant amount of the time, to the point that I also question it. But that doesn't mean that I don't endeavor to design that way. Okay, I'm going to get some more water. I'll be right back. I know it was the topic of a fairly infamous GDS3 question, but Whirlwind of Thought is a card. Yeah, that was one of the questions I got right on GDS3. And that is because I followed the instructions on the question. I can understand why people thought that the other answer was correct, but in order to get to that answer, you did have to blatantly ignore one of the instructions he told you. So the question is, I guess some people thought that it was a test of if you were willing to ignore the direction. Okay, Whirlwind of Thought. Oh, I think that's the Jeskai one that draws a card when you play a non-creature spell. I was right. Okay, Trample Ward 2. Trample and Ward 2? Is what you're saying? Yeah. Well, that's a green ability and a blue ability. Mainly because color overlap exists. Yeah. Yeah. Blue's definitely the color that's most likely to do Whirlwind of Thought by itself, but, you know, white and red also care about non-creature spells sometimes, so maybe they could. I guess probably not as much, because they can't just draw cards like that as easily, right? Okay. Gunblade says, how about a Coastal Piracy effect? All right. I think that's the one where when you hit the opponent with a creature, you draw a card. Ha! Okay, I know my cards. I don't think question 28 was a bad question from a design philosophy standpoint, but I think it was a poor execution of the concept they were trying to test. Well, especially because they don't hold to that design standard, like we were talking about. So, yeah, I agree. I had no issues with that question. I thought it was an okay question while I was taking it. It was only after I saw that everyone was mad about it that I was like, what was the other answer you would have gone with? But you know, I can see how they got there, because, you know, you don't have a 4/4 green, black-green Vigilance flyer. You have Sarah Angel in mono white, and it keeps getting reprinted. So it's a question of design standards versus actual output. All right. Mechmoo says, I had a cool idea, but it's probably broken as hell. A clone, but other mutants have all abilities of the clone. And Jugo says, not a huge fan of Infinite Reflection. I mean, I think it's a cool idea. The big issue is that black and green are the two worst colors for flying. I would say that red is still lower on the list than black. Black still usually gets a demon, just like red gets a phoenix or a dragon. Plus, black gets commons, which red occasionally gets a common flyer, but not often. So, I would rate black third for flyers. So the question was really, do you know black secondary abilities question, not a multicolor overlap question. Yeah. All right. Moving on. Trying to get some stuff done. Mechmoose, your idea is definitely doable. Not uncommon though. This is at least a rare, maybe a mythic. So let's design with that in mind. Rare, I guess. So you're saying red rarely gets a common flyer. Defiant Mars says, I think I said this last week, but that's part of the reason why red has reach. Yes, they've started giving red reach since like M15, just very sparsely once in a while, just to give it some extra ways to not just die to flyers. I think going with a flying hexproof would have been a stronger option, then have the correct answer be white-green, and most of the other pairs use blue. Because blue can get flying or hexproof, but none of the other pairs would get the other one. Let's see. All right, the formatting on this is probably going to be terrible, but Nijugo, you asked what the wording of the question was. And it is this. Okay. Meanwhile, I'm going to try... Okay, Magmu suggested... Okay. So something like that. And it would be, I mean, clones are usually 4 mana. 0/0s. It's my fault, but we have once again gotten distracted from green commons. We sure did. Mekmu says, sorry, I'm driving, so can you only write while I'm pulled up? Oh, so you can... Oh, sorry. So you can only write while you're pulled up. I thought you were asking me to only write when you're pulled up, and I was like, how would that happen? Okay, sorry. The idea was turning a single mutant you control into a sliver-like effect that anthems across all mutants. Okay, I think that's sort of the idea I've gone with here. Nijugo says I have to go eat now. Okay, Nijugo, thanks for hanging out. Thanks for your suggestions, and have a good dinner. Okay, we'll leave this in the hopper for later. For now, let's get back to the green commons. We were talking about the Scrounging Bundar-like creature. This guy. Is there a Wily monkey? I think there was Wily Bundar. I think that's why I thought of the word Wily. Yeah. Okay. This will have to be... Is monkey a type? It is. Cool. You think it's fine to keep the plant flavor? Sure. Yuck, plant flavor. Some plants are delicious. I guess if it's a tree, should it be... No, trees can move. It can attack. It's a 3/4 attacking tree. It gets mad. There we go. Photosynthesis. Okay. That's another wide versus tall. Check. Okay. Okay, we need a flying hate card. Well, a flyer hate or naturalize effect. Some combination of that. The set needs a giant spider reference in some manner. Oh yeah. We do have a reach creature. already, and that is Colossal Caterpillar. Some sets do have 2 Reachers, so we could do that as well. This is effectively a 4/4 Reach for 5, if you want to defend with it. Okay, cool. As long as you are good with that. It is like Giant Spider, except it's instead Colossal Caterpillar. So I guess that is kind of similar flavor and works as a reference. Okay. So. Maybe just like a Naturalize with Surveil 1 tacked on? Because green could get Scry 1 tacked on, although I feel like green is the color that gets the least Scry. Let me see what green's Scry looks like. Artisan Sorrow was 4 mana Naturalize with Scry 2. Track down Scry's 3, but it's more of a filter card, kind of like Commune. The original set that had Scry, Darksteel, or no, that's 5th Dawn. Just had Scry 2 tacked onto a bunch of different spells, so there's a couple of those in green. I don't know, one mode kills an artifact, one mode is Plummet. Okay. I mean, that works for me. We don't have to get too fancy if we don't want to. Oh no. Australian Spider, a 3/5 reach, just slightly bigger than the Giant Spider. That is Mammoth Spider, but I guess they come from a land down under. So like 2/3 of Broken Wings. Yeah, oh yeah, Broken Wings has all 3 available. Dang. Raid for both. Raid for both isn't a bad suggestion, but I would hazard to say that the number of times that you need to destroy both, maybe not too great, and then just having to try and trigger that with Raid, I don't think it would end up happening very often, so I don't know if that's as necessary. Oh, sorry, no, Defiant Mars, I just put on the mana value after. We hadn't determined. I guess Sorcerers had suggested that it was 1 green, so. But I hadn't put it on yet, so not your fault for not seeing. Are there any artifact creatures with flying in the set? Could you maybe get a bonus if you kill an artifact flyer? Ooh, that's interesting. Let me see. Not flying. I mean, one of these creatures will probably end up being a flyer, right? La, 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 la. We don't currently have any artifact flyers. That doesn't mean that we couldn't. Or that we couldn't design it that way, because honestly, you know, we're trying to make some interesting designs. Oh, and we also have the case files, so that's an option. Where am I supposed to? There we go. Okay. So you could say destroy target artifact or creature with flying. If you destroy an artifact creature this way. No. An artifact creature with flying this way. I don't know. Surveil to draw a card. I don't know. That's weird. Some kind of benefit. You could gain life equal to its If an artifact creature with flying dies this way. That's probably better. And then what bonus do we want? You could just gain a bunch of life. It's a small bonus. But tacked on life gain is kind of the way to go. It's better than dedicated life gain spells. Any suggestions? I got, you gain some life, you draw a card, you surveil, you, I don't know, shuffle this card back into its owner's library, so you can draw it again. I don't know. It's just ideas. Put a +1/+1 counter on a creature you control. Create a 1/1 token. Actually, I like that. Create a 1/1. Although that's a lot of lines of text. Create a 1/1 colorless construct artifact creature token. Yeah, up to 5 lines. But I think we could flavor that kind of interestingly. And it's just another way to make a 1/1 potentially. So. Okay, Murd digs it. And that means I dig it. Cool. So that's just a hate card. That doesn't go in any particular strategy. Boop. Destroy an artifact and make creatures equal to CMC is fun but not common. Make creatures. Oh, okay, yeah. That's artifact mutation, isn't it? Artifact mutation. It's instant for red-green. Destroy target artifact. It can't be regenerated. Create mana value 1/1 green Zeppelin tokens. Yeah. That is originally a rare from Invasion, and yeah, it's been reprinted at rare in a couple commander sets. But yeah, that's a good suggestion, Magnus. We got a fight spell, we got big dude, we got... Oh. We talked about making this an owlbear. Owlbear's like this. I guess we could make it not 3 green. It's a little cheap, or a little easier on the curve. On the colored mana. But you have to raid to get the card draw. Now, Owlbear is quite good, so I don't have any problems making this weaker. The question is more, do we want to make this more interesting? Or do we just want an Owlbear derivative? Okay, so for reference, we got a big creature, a huge creature, 7/6. For 6, so this doesn't need to be that big. We have a 5/5 that can be a 4/4 reach for 5, and so for another 5-drop or 6-drop, we still haven't done any life gain in green, so that could be a thing. I mean, I'm not going to say no to an Owlbear. It's a good card. Shoot, that's it's an amazing green card. I'll pick it every time as long as there's no bombs or anything. But now this is much more balanced. You have to attack to get the full value out of it. I mean, if this is what the people want. Did I see that the 5/5 mutant gets -1/-1 now? Did we change how mutants work while I was gone? Yes, Murd. We reversed it. So when it is your turn, they're bigger. And when it's not your turn, they're smaller but have abilities. Whereas before it was the opposite of that. And that was because it worked better with 2 of our commons. It worked about equally with 1 of our commons, and it worked worse with 1. But then we adjusted that one, so it all works now. Overall, I think it makes more sense, even though we can't then use Trample, because that's only an offensive ability. So we made our Caterpillar use Reach instead, because that is a defensive ability. So we can consider changing it back if that makes more sense, but for now, we're just going to roll with this. Okay, we have a few more creatures we need to crank through. Whatever, if people want an owlbear, people get an owlbear. Okay, so now we need a 4-drop and a 3 or 4-drop and Threshold Stalker, and that's about it. I think we did all of our non-creature spells. We did. So 3 more cards, 3 more green cards, then we'll need to do the colorless commons. So we haven't done any life gain in green. I think we need a card that can gain some life. It could be something stupid like, you know, a 4/3 for 4. And when each bird, you gain 3 life. Be bold, do a green lifelinker. As bold, green gets life gain equal to power. Green gets combat damage matters. But that's just bringing green and white even closer together. Follow it up with a white op. White overpowered card? Opt. Okay, sorry. Because white can get scry and it can get cantrips. Well, every color gets scry and cantrips, so... Well, if it were going to be bold and give it lifelink, it's not going to be a 4-power creature. I'll tell you that much. It's going to be a 3-power maximum. So... something like that. Excuse me, I need to find a wall to smash my head into. Mars is not loving it. I don't super think we need a green lifelinker. Fun to go tall onto, though. Yeah, but green-white is the tall and wide combination. So as long as we have a white lifelinker, which I don't remember if we do. Hold on, these guys don't have vigilance anymore. Okay, we don't. We need a white lifelinker. That's non-negotiable. I don't know, just do a 3-mana 3/1 that can't be blocked by creatures with lesser power, or 3/2, whatever green gets these days. What about reverse lifelink? Oh, whenever damage is dealt to it, you gain that much life? Oh, that's a cool idea. Is that interesting enough to be our Threshold Stalker? That's a good suggestion, Mechmoose. Make it a 2/3 to spite the undercovers. So we could put that ability onto Threshold Stalker. I don't know if that's weird enough. I was on board with green lifelinker, but I love green reverse lifelinker. I wasn't sure about green lifelinker, because while I do want this set to be doing weird stuff, there's a difference between weird stuff and color pie. I hesitate to say break stuff. It's not really a break, it's a bend, but there's a good reason why they don't do green lifelinkers, which is just that white and green are close enough as is that we don't need to give green lifelink. But for the sake of making this presentable to custom Magic, I don't think this set should have a green lifelinker. Fair enough. I'd be more okay with the Enrage link, but I'd still feel really bad for white. I don't think lifelink in green is really even a bend, but they've just chosen not to do. Yeah, you may be right. It's not a bend because it's not. I don't know. It's hard to define. It's something green should be able to do, but they don't for logistical reasons, rather than for actual mechanical reasons. Up until like April of 2020, I thought green was primary in lifelink, though. Oh no. I mean, you would think. I think I did think it had lifelink for a long time too, and was surprised to find that is not the case. Absorbent. What's the type of animal or monster that can be absorbent? I mean, I've been checking food at green-white in my sets, so I suppose I can't talk. Well, I mean, that's the thing. Green does get life gain, you know? That's why it theoretically should be able to do lifelink, is it gains plenty of life. It just does it without... And it's the color that cares most about its creature's power and how that affects things. So you'd think it'd be even more likely to get lifelink, but no. Something that wants to get hit for damage. What flavorfully would that be? I'd personally give green lifelink before I gave it haste. Righto, I've just arrived at a friend's place to play some Magic. Probably won't be able to chat for a while. Okay, well, Mechamoose, thank you for coming, hanging out, and giving all your suggestions. I especially like this one. So you have an excellent day. And have fun playing some Magic. All right, I'm going to call this Reverse Lifelinker for now because it's not worth getting hung up on a card name. We got... Oh, yeah. I just didn't name this one. So we have to make Threshold Stalker. We're not doing this anymore. The flavor of something that wants to get hit to vault. Good point. To bolt. No. Okay. Our 4-drop. We have... This is effectively a 3/4. So what should this be? For reference, raid, go wide or go tall, undercover, and mutants. We still don't have something that is a lord for mutants. We don't necessarily have to. Do we want a more defensive creature in green, maybe a 2/5? I think that might be reasonable. We have a lot of offensive ones. Oh, okay. Sure. Are there any abilities that we have not really done yet? Vigilance. Green gets Vigilance. take a look at my spreadsheet. We don't have a vanilla. We do have Death Touch. We do have Trample. We have Reach. We have Mana Dork. Oh, yeah. Block Shenanigans. That was what Sorcerers was suggesting. Although... yeah, this could be like blocks an additional creature. Just be mindful of the morphs. Yeah, good point. I mean, 2/5 might be good in this set just because it beats morphs pretty handily, right? So we could use a block Shenanigans creature. We got Commune. We got a ramp spell. We got a plummet. We got a naturalize. Well, half naturalize anyway. We have a pump spell. Positive aura. +1 counters. Creature that gets temporary stats? No, I don't think we do have that. Oh, we do. It's this guy. Never mind. We don't have a fog. Guys, let's make a fog. We got life gain. Okay, I guess the other option is self-mill. We could self-mill, but we don't really need to because green's not doing graveyard shenanigans in this set. So really, the only thing that's left on my list is fog. Or block shenanigans. Haze Frog reprint. Isn't that an uncommon though? Rise of the Eldrazi. No, it's a common. New World Order would probably make it one. I think I agree with that. Power level wise, I mean, it's good. It's not like amazing. But I would probably put it in uncommon. Defiant Mars says, it's my turn to step out. I have to go running, so hopefully I'll be back in time to catch the end. Enjoy your fog. All right, well, have fun on your run, Defiant Mars. Thanks for all of your help and suggestions and just hanging out. Yeah, I will probably not be on for too terribly much longer. I want to get through these last couple green commons and then hit up the colorless ones. Hopefully get that done in the next half hour, but maybe that's pushing it. What are our 2 combat tricks? We have... I think we actually only have 1 combat trick, because this one ended up just as a positive aura. It doesn't have flash. So I think our 1 combat trick is just Acorns of Strength. That's a pump spell, but not a combat trick. So yeah, we only have 1 green combat trick. So what are you thinking, like a flash creature? Why does that have an extra blank space? Because it looks so much tidier like this than like this. And I know I can crop it. I just didn't go in and do that yet because every time I go to the style page, it takes forever to load because I guess I have too many frames. There we go. Chopping. Isn't that in here? Ah, here it is, yeah. Chop top, 4. Chop bottom, 4. Not enough. 6. 8. 10. There it is. Yeah. Okay, so it's not just me. It takes you forever to load as well. I didn't know it was only once, but I didn't want to deal with it. Because that was relatively tame. Sometimes it takes much longer. Like a full minute. What wizardry am I learning right now? Oh, okay. So, Murd, you can change how the text displays on the card. So, see how it's... we have 6 lines of text, and it's a little gross looking. We can make it so that it leaves a certain amount of pixels at the top and at the bottom. And boom. Maybe just top is better? I don't know. Let's take a look. No, actually, if you do it 16 total, there we go. So it's a lot more space at the top. Is there a way to add space between... I don't necessarily want these all crammed up against each other. I thought maybe the flavor text would have some room to breathe. And the acorns of strength, or the target creature gets +1/+1 until end of turn, would have some room to breathe. You forgot to tick the option specific to this card box. Oh my gosh. I really don't think that's good design. Maybe that's just me, but I really, really think that you should default to just this card. And then otherwise, because I much more often want to affect a single card than everything. Right now, all your cards have an 8. Yeah. Yes, Murd, I didn't know either until Sorcerers showed me late last year. Also, you might want to scroll down and use separated text size. Instead of the chop. Oh, instead of chop. Boop, boop. Font cap. Okay, let me make sure. There it is. Okay, font cap. Oh, so you're saying like the largest that the font can be. Interesting. Oh, no, sorry. 13, 12, 11. Ah, there we go. 11 does it. Cool. Good to know. You can use decimals. That makes sense. That's cool. 11.6, 11.7. Okay, so somewhere between 11.7 and 11.8. I don't really need to find it, but great. Thank you. So, are you suggesting maybe a combat trick? Flash. I don't really know what the going rate is for this type of creature. I guess Briarpack Alpha is what I would want to look at. That's an uncommon for exactly this card. So, yeah. I could take it down to... Yeah, I was thinking that it seemed a bit too strong for a common. We could take it down to 2/2. And then it just trades with a morph by itself and gives +2/+2 to something else. Or I guess it could give +2/+2 to itself and do whatever. Or like Eva's Force Mage. Who is... Oh, yeah, just a sorcery, still sorcery speed. But with undercover. Okay, so that would take us up to 4 undercover cards in green at common. We had decided we were going to do 3. That doesn't mean that we have to. But just so you know, that is something to consider. Our other undercovers are a Mana Dork, which I don't know if our Mana Dork really does need to be an undercover card, because I guess it's just a question of if you want it for the mana or if you want it for the 2/2 body. I don't necessarily feel like it's a great choice, but that's one of them. Obviously, we have the Colossal Caterpillar, and we have our Recover spell. Okay, so you're saying... no, I'm on the wrong one. That explains why I'm confused. Sorcery speed, but with undercover. What's Eva's Force Mage? 2/2. Although this is 1 more mana, but we're giving it undercover, so that probably makes some sense. I do kind of like that. That's swanky. Cool. Well, I guess I'm waiting for people to respond, and most everybody is left by now, so I should probably just keep moving on. Undercover, good. I Do not like this glitch. There we go. Put the mutant tribal spell in blue. Sure. But we could do that later. For now, do we want to take Undercover off of this guy? Because I don't think it needs it. I think if you're playing this guy, you want to play it as a ramp dude. Wait, maybe this can be the mutant tribal effect? Oh, that might be reasonable. I was just going to make it weird, like you can add green or colorless, because there are very few cards that let you do that. Some kind of dork. Right. Yeah, so I'm not sure how we originally concepted that card, but I agree. I also probably wouldn't undercover it very often, unless I just didn't need the ramp, I guess. So we could just have it be like tap, add green or blue. Whenever a mutant, ETB, under your control, put a +1/+1 counter on dude. Sorcerer says, tap, add green. If this mana is meant to cast a mutant, it enters the battlefield with an additional +1/+1 counter on it. I like that better. La la la. I'm not sure if I have to say mutant creature spell, but I feel like it's best to specify. Just best practice. Then you can keep the human type and name it Polyform Researcher. Oh no, but Osb is going to lose his Mystic. But true, Osb is not aligned as much with mutants and more with Undercover, so... Yeah, I like that. This is kind of cool. Okay, so then we still have 3 undercovers. We just moved one to mutants, which is good. Mutants needed one, so 4, 8, 12, 15, 16, 17, 18. So there's just one left. Or did we design them all? Ah, right. Threshold Stalker is the one that we're missing. I dig it. Is there a 4 mana value that would be problematic playing on turn 3 with an extra +1/+1 counter? That's a good question. So you could play this on turn 3 as a 4/5 for 4. It's a bit strong, but it's not broken. I mean, I guess it's not just 4 drops, but you could play this on turn 4 as a 6/6. That's pretty strong. The wording is, when this mana is spent to cast a mutant creature spell, that creature enters the battlefield with an additional +1/+1 counter on it. Thank you for looking that up. So I was right about having to spell out mutant creature spell. I'll take the win. Cool. So, yeah, Murd, that was a good, very astute question. I think the main one that is dangerous is the, the Caterpillar. There's not true precedent, so this is sort of an amalgamation of similar effects. Got it. Yeah, because this one is just a completely square creature, 5/5 for 5, and what the mana dork does is it is effectively subtracting 1 from the cost of this while adding 1 to the stats. So it's breaking the symmetry in both ways, making it a 6/6 for 4 effectively. I think the Caterpillar is fine given this requires 2 cards to meet up and the researcher not to get killed. We can watch out for it. I'll put a note. Watch for being OP with Colossal Caterpillar. Okay. So now, literally all that we need to do for green commons is the Threshold Stalker. Everyone's favorite guy. You can cast it for your Garth land. Okay. We want it to do something interesting. No, I had a good idea, but it doesn't work if you're casting it off a Garth land. Threshold Stalker is a 3-mana 1/1 that enters the battlefield with a counter on it for each card you own in exile. That's kind of cool. Does it still say on it? +1/+1 counter on it for each card you own in exile. Probably not. I don't know. Maybe restrict it to face down just to minimize the graveyard hate shenanigans. Oh, yeah. The question then is, how easy is it for this going to be? How easy will it be for this to be good? Because do we have any sources of face down exile aside from Undercover? I don't think so. So in order for this to even be a passable creature, you have to have 2 Undercover creatures played and dead. And then it's just a passable creature. Face down is actually hyphenated here. Thank you. I thought so. It's a bit confusing as to when you do it and when you don't. So you can make it a 2/2 or even a 3/2 if you want. Oof. I honestly think a 3/2 makes some sense. Where to go? Because it's just too easy for it to do nothing. I just chose the stats semi-arbitrarily. Okay. Now, that said, this is a bit complex of an effect for something that you can cast as a token off a different card. So, I had to look up the hyphenation myself, but Bathroom kind of helped you out. Okay. Well, it's at least an interesting design to start with. How strong are the other Garth cards? That might help us determine the stats. I guess if that's the only thing it's going to work for. But yeah, I guess then it would work also for Undercover cards that are not face down in exile. Okay, Murd asks how strong are the other Garth cards? So yes, we have... Literally all the lands do the same thing. They enter tapped, Tap to add 1 mana of the appropriate color, and when they enter, you can cast a given spell from the set. You still have to pay costs. So, the white one lets you play... No. Oh, it's further up. Stored in the Archives. 3 mana enchantment aura. It's a pacifism, and when it enters the battlefield, you get a research counter. Blue. I don't remember which one blue gives you. Lab results. Interrogate. Okay. Lab results. Here we go. It's the 4 mana to surveil 2, then draw 2. Interrogate is the discard spell, the 1 mana discard. Target opponent reveals 1 or more cards from their hand, so their choice. They have to show you at least 1, but they can show you more. You choose any one of those cards for them to discard. For each card in their hand that they didn't show you, they lose a life. Wait, so do all the other ones cast non-creatures? I think so, sorcerers. I believe that's the case, because it's just a lot easier. Red is Ectoplasmic Converter. We changed it to Ectothermic Armor, whatever. I really think this one should cast a non-creature then. I mean, it's going to be easier that way. We do have 2 of them that are still permanents. Have this cast the combat trig. La 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 la. Combat trick. Oh, yeah. +1/+1 to 3 things. Yeah. Also, could Acorns of Strength be 2 mana? Potentially. It's based, obviously, on Seeds of Strength, which is 2 mana, but it's green and white. So I thought, yes, that is from Ravnica, City of Guilds, which is 16 years old. But, so Power Creep could bring this down to 2 mana. For keeping the armor as the red Garth card, I think Stalker as the green Garth card is fine. Yeah, it's an interesting question, isn't it? I'm not dead set on it being non-creature, honestly. Just kind of felt odd. It does. And if that creature has too many weird abilities, it just gets really hard to deal with. Being able to play it from a different card entirely when you don't even have that. So I agree, it's odd. I'm kind of good either way. I don't think I care too much. Okay, I now really, really want to reprint Ruin Ghost. Is that too powerful? This is completely an aside. La la la. Let me go find its abilities. It's very simple. I don't think it's too good. If anything, it's kind of not good unless you have a Garthland. I mean, the whole point is to use it with the Garthlands. It's really fragile, though. It dies to anything. But I do really like that synergy. And it's weird. I mean, Ruin Ghost was weird even in its set, Zendikar. Cool. So that's an aside. I'm tempted, sorcerers, because it's getting late. I don't want to stay on too terribly much longer. I'm tempted to just call it good for now on Threshold Stalker, and we can always reinvestigate it later if we want to, changing up the Garth land and Threshold Stalker if we need. I do kind of like the idea of having maybe each Garth land cast a different card type. Cool. And we got an enchantment, we got an artifact, we got a creature, we got a sorcery, and an instant. We do have 5 different types currently. Great. Cool. So if you're cool with that. Oh yeah, having each land cast a different type is rad. Wasn't that our original idea? Maybe it was. I think your idea was that each one tutors up a specific different card type. I'm not sure if we actually made them different card types on purpose when we changed them to the Garth lands. But maybe. I don't remember everything. So maybe we left ourselves a little gift. Okay, so we have 18 cards of each color at common. So that's 18 times 5, which is 90, which leaves us with 11 other slots. Now, we used 5 of those slots on our conspicuous cycle. I'm not dead set on the name, but they are our cards that turn into 3 of their token. They're effectively another common for each color. So that leaves us with 6 others. We have Shades of Osbservation, which is just a 3-mana mana rock that lets you look at a face-down creature. All face-down creatures. We have our Mechanical Man, who's a 3/3 for 4, which is generally what you get at common in Colorless. What do you expect? But it also has Undercover, so it's either a 2/2 for 3 Colorless or a 3/3 for 4. So ooh, it actually seems pretty decent. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, so we could make one of them a land, but yeah, we have 4 colorless slots left to go. We should make a colorless, an artifact flying creature, because we made a green spell that cares about it, and we currently don't have any, so we need one at common. Yep, land can outright replace any colorless slot. Not that it necessarily needs to. This is by no means a multicolored set, gold set, so we don't need that much fixing. But yeah, without reassigning that slots roll. Yeah, it's not like mandatory to have a 1 to 2 drop and a 3 to 4 drop and a 5 to 6. That said, let's make our big one a flyer. Because we lost like half a flyer in blue. And we also want to make sure that the flyer that you want to hit with the green spell that rewards you for killing an artifact flyer, we want to make sure that you want to use it on that card anyway. So it's got to be a scary one. So we could just do a generic 6/6 or 4/4 for 6 flyer. I think that's a thing, right? Or is that an uncommon? Is that like gilded something? No. There's Lumengrid Gargoyle. That was an uncommon. It was a common in CMR. CMR doesn't really count because I don't feel like supplemental sets are good gauges of whether something should be common or uncommon. But Scion of Ugin, that works. That was an uncommon in Dragons of Tarkir. Rude. Okay, I was thinking of Gold Forged Sentinel, which is also a 4/4 for 6 at uncommon. Okay, 6 mana, 2/4 flyer, affinity for colorless non-land permanents. How about now? But we can't just do 3/3 for 5, because that's like what blue usually gets. Recently, they've been doing stronger blue flyers. So, we could just like make it like a 4/2 flyer. So if you don't have a defender, and it's gonna murder you. Like 4/2 for 6 flyer looks pretty bad. Blue gets 3/3 for 4 flying with upside at common quite often. That is a recent development, at least as far as I can remember. For the longest time, they wouldn't even reprint Phantom Monster, which is just the vanilla 3/3 flyer for 4. Now, the last few sets, they've been doing it with upside. The Raven and the Djinn from AFR. But, yeah, for a long time, they would not do that. It was mostly like 3/3 flyers for 5. With upside in blue. Now, this may be the result of fire design, which, again, I need to look into that. But Gunblade says 4 mana, 2/1 seems to be the standard for artifact creatures. Yeah. Ooh, I don't know. I know this looks like a pretty bad stat line, because it is, but that's how artifact creatures are. I don't know. What do you guys think? If it makes more sense for the set instead of... No, that doesn't make sense here. Never mind. Forget I was going to say something. I'm not sure I love a 6 mana, 4 power flyer in colorless at all. Okay. Six mana, 3/3 flying undercover. Do we want to have multiple colorless undercover creatures? Or we could make it like a 3/3, but it has some other ability, like something like that. Enters the battlefield, surveil 2. Again, stat line's super weak, but any stronger, and you're. I mean, the point of colorless is that it's supposed to be weak. Sure, that works. Cool with that. Welcome back, Najugo. Reminder: the 6 mana 5/5 Scry 2 from Eldraine. Yeah, Prophet of the Peak. I know it's Eldraine, but... Well, I mean, that actually seems pretty comparable. You're losing 2 power and toughness for flying? Yeah, Najugo, before you came in, I was suggesting like a 4... Well, I originally suggested 4/4 flyer for 6 because I thought there was one at common, but that's not true. They were, at least in standard sets, they were all uncommons. So then I lowered the toughness a bit, but they didn't like that. So we went with Surveil 2. Surveil is better than Scry, yeah. Surveil is better than Scry. Well, Najugo, generally flying costs -1/-1. Sure, I can see that, but like... This is not something they've done at standard done at common in standard. It's always uncommon. So we're not able to especially do this 4/4 because that's even better. So the next best thing is like 3/3. I guess we could do 4/3 or 3/4. I was trying to make the creature big enough to be worth using the green Naturalize/Plummet spell on. I don't know. Is 3/4 doable? Could make it a big butt. 3/5? I mean, at that point, you might need to lower the power. Just because I don't know. You got to be pretty careful with the colorless creatures because any deck can use them and undercut that color's weaknesses. So, I don't know, man. This is probably fine. Gizdodo. Okay. I didn't play Eldraine Limited too much, but I don't remember Prophet being played that much. Foundation Monitor. Sure. I actually thought Prophet of the Peak was pretty decent. I probably didn't play that much Eldraine, though, so maybe you should take what I say with a grain of salt. Yeah, I liked it, though. Obviously, its stat line is not great, but that's how it's going to be. And it gave you some scry, which is good. Makes up for it a little bit. Okay. Some kind of land fetch or fixing. Or it could itself just be a land. Ornithopter of Paradise. Prophet was okay, but pushed out by how good green was in Eldraine. Yeah, I mean, green was ridiculous. How are you supposed to compete with that? So I feel like you just take the green losses, and then playing against other decks, maybe it was a playable card. You're suggesting Ornithopter of Paradise here? What was that, Gunblade? Yeah, get it reprinted into a Premier set. I don't know. Is that okay in any set? Any color getting access to a 2-mana mana dork that adds any color? I guess that's another thing that you can... Whoops. Wrong one. It adds another artifact flyer, which we do like. Sorcerers may have been going to say that also that it may not be okay. I'm not sure. I've been a big fan of the small colorless creatures that fetch a basic to the top of your land on Enter the Battlefield. Ooh, that's true. I liked Farfinder. I liked... There's another one I can think of. I think Farfinder puts it in your hand, though, doesn't it? Campus Guide, thank you. That's the one I was trying to think of. Really, I super don't like the ones that fetch a land to the top. Campus Guide was the first one I played. I don't know. And only sparingly if I really needed fixing. I'm not going to force it out of the set, though. Yeah, I mean, like, the thing is, we don't really need that much fixing. We are not a fixing set. There's, our only multicolored is the Signpost Uncommons, and we're not really forcing the issue, which is, did we have? Okay. I was worried that these were like mana rocks, a cycle of mana rocks, and I was like, what are we doing? We don't need those. So yeah, I'm not sure if Ornithopter of Paradise is, we'll go with acceptable at common in a premier set. Okay. We don't necessarily have to do land fetch or fixing, but let's say we do a land. I know normally the idea of the common land is that it's a land that helps fix your mana. But what if this was like return target land from your graveyard to the battlefield? And it just lets you, it turns into a different land. And this works with Surveil. Thank you. Land card. I'd rather have Campus Guide than an Ornithopter of Paradise in a made-for-standard set, personally. Yeah, I feel like Ornithopter of Paradise is just a little too strong. Obviously, the commons can be stronger and can be more pushed in supplemental sets because everything is more pushed there. So, there's a lot more answers and a lot more other powerful things to compete with them. So this does not fix by itself. If you were to surveil a land that you needed into your graveyard, then you could turn this into it. I don't know what the cost needs to be. And it's different. It's very different. So that's what I like about it. I don't know if it's that good, if it's that necessary. It's probably not that good, honestly. At least not in this set. This feels like a constructed plant. So if it's not that good in limited, which is the main place it'll be played, maybe that's not worthwhile. Seems very narrow. Agreed. I'm just tired of the one tap. Add 1 mana of any color. Just kind of boring. Yeah, I like this at a higher rarity. Yeah, I agree. I guess it's not something that you really want to see all the time. So, yeah, I'll put that down. Yeah, I'll just put that there for now. You could do Warped Landscape. Well, that's thematically on point. Maybe some mana and sack it to fetch 2 basics. Okay, that sounds like Myriad Landscape, which is a good card. It is an uncommon in commander sets, I believe. Let's see. So this is 2 tap. Sacrifice. Search your library for a basic land card. Put it onto the back. Why am I typing this out? I probably am going to get it wrong, and then I should just... Or I'll have to go look at Warped Landscape on Scryfall anyway. So why not just copy it? Oh, okay. I think I was going to get it right, but whatever. Warped Landscape is a great reprint. Okay, sounds like everybody's on board. It's a good flavor fit. It's a bit of fixing, which is, of course, nice to have the option. So, cool. We got that. And that leaves us with Okay, I think we might decide against Ornithopter of Paradise. Although I like the Suggestion Gunblade, I think it's just a bit too strong for this set. Nijugo says, I'd like to make a note. Certainly. What is up? Then we're just looking at like an equipment and maybe another creature. Doesn't have to be, though. Why don't we just do a 2-mana 1/3 with the Campus Guide effect? Windows hates exporting cards with an asterisk in the name. Does it? Okay. I mean, we have to take that off eventually anyway. I just use it to keep track of what's a reprint and what's not. Let's look for asterisks. Here, I'll just put them down here. Yeah, I'll just put them in the notes. I mean, it's not gonna make it onto the card anyway, but this one, oh yeah, this is a kind of reprint. Okay, well, thanks for letting me know that, Jugo. I have just always used that because that just was the first thing I thought of, and it made sense to me. I don't know why I necessarily felt the need to mark reprints, but I did. So, Sorcerers suggests 1 mana or 2 mana, 1/3 Campus Guide. Oh, that seems fine. All right. Also, why do we have 2 UM10s? That is because we had... we were going to try out a couple different versions of it, and then one of the ones that we did ended up being a rare, and so that's somewhere else anyway. When I think I'm going to do several versions of a card, I just copy and paste it a bunch of times. So that was left over from that, which I know is bad form, because then when I go to export it to Plane Sculptors, it's going to tell me, no, there's 2 of this card. You're the worst. But I think exporting to Plane Sculptors is the worst, because if there's 5 errors, it only tells me 1 of them after I wait 5 minutes for everything to upload. And then I got to do it again, and it'll tell me the next error. It's like, just look at it all and tell me all the errors at once, and I'll fix them all. And then sometimes it doesn't understand what the problem is, so then I have to just like figure out what it is. I figured it out. It doesn't like when you leave a card name with just the dash after it, which sometimes I like do after we change the name, or I don't like the current name. But it didn't tell me that that was the problem. It told me something similar was the problem, but not quite that. So, okay. Nijugo says, I'm a fan of non-artifact colorlesses. I was thinking maybe we could do that for this set specifically, because it's about some weird stuff. I think we want Campus Guide to share a creature type with whatever the little robot is, the little robot helper. Yes, that is a construct. But we do have, oops, caps lock on. We do still have 1 slot left. Maybe we make that something colorless. Facility guide, I don't know. We should split the colorless commons between artifact and colorless creature. Okay, well this one has to be an artifact, so that the spell that destroys artifacts or flyers works on it. So we could make this one not. It doesn't have to be a mechanical man. It could be flavored as some weird horror. That's probably fine. See, I did it again. Mechanical Man should be artifact. I mean, we could change the name. But then if the facility guide is also an artifact, because it's... I mean, we still have... I guess our last slot is for an equipment, which we kind of probably do want. So, I mean, we don't have many options. Facility Miscreant. Does that make it colorless? Oops, it should have said artifact creature anyway. This leads me to believe that the other two did not intrinsically say creature. I need to find the colorless frame, don't I? Is there a colorless frame? This is colorless artifacts. Is colorless down here? Oh, and I need to click options specific to this card. It's under mainframe. Ah. Oh yeah, I hit M15 by mistake. Clear, thank you. Yep, good call. All right. Imp, maybe? I don't think it needs Devoid unless like it has a color in the mana cost. You know, like the Ikoria ones, like the Far Finder was colorless without Devoid. Scion of Ugin. Did it just become full art? Yes, colorless cards are intrinsically full art, which looks really ugly until you put art in. So I hate that, but... okay, let me double check that these are creatures. I did it to... Oh my gosh. I clicked this card only. I know I did. Not clear. Option specific to this card. Clear. Okay. Better. All right. Artifact creature. And that one is. Okay, cool. And then lastly, we have an equipment, which is probably just going to need to be something boring like short sword or whatever. Short sword, but it's a laser beam? Oh, yes. Can never go wrong with a short sword or strider harnessed. Hey, sorcerers, what is that IG that you've put at at the end of a couple of your sentences? Isn't the red equipment a short sword? I forget what the blade tokens are. You're right. They are close. You're right. I guess. Thank you. Yes, the blades we gave +1/+0 because we thought it might be a little OP to make a bunch of swords that could give toughness and just move them all onto one creature for 1 mana each. So you're right. Maybe we do something a bit bigger. It could be like a +2/+2 for 3 mana and then 2 to equip. But I think that's our white one. It's fine. It's fine. Short saber. Nijugo says, hang on. Generally tacked on to express apathy or neutrality toward a made statement to show that the commenter doesn't feel incredibly strongly about it despite bringing it up. Excellent. Thank you. Good to know. I guess. Okay, Nijugo's thinking. Cool. Let me just double check what our white equipment looks like. 2 mana to play, 3 to equip, +2/+2, and with 3 or more research counters, it gets even bigger. Yeah, we could try and get a little fancy, a little bit more interesting with this one. Najugo's thinking, though, so. I will wait to see what he says. And or come up with something myself. When it deals combat damage to a player, surveil 1. Ooh. What about when it attacks? Is that worth a card? And 2 mana. Maybe. Maybe it could even be one of those 0 mana equipment everyone's talking about. Whenever a colorless creature enters the battlefield, attach card name to it. I think that's pretty good. Okay, apparently every card has something about colorless in it. I wanted to see what other such effects we had, but that's a good suggestion. Yeah, whenever a colorless creature ETB, you may attach... Oh yeah, that's like a Pirate's Cutlass. Is it that creature? Cutlass. Oh, no. Pirate's Cutlass is when it enters the battlefield, attach it to a pirate. Colorless creature enters the battlefield to that creature. Okay. Equipped creature gets +2/+1. So what's the ordinary equip like? 3. And oh, thank you. Thank you. 2 to play and 2 to equip. They tend to go, I feel like colorless equipment tend to have with stats have higher equip costs, just because like giving all of your stuff stats repeatedly is pretty good. But I like this. This turns all your undercover creatures into 4 3s for 3 mana. Well, once you've paid the investment of 2 mana, the under is missing. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Agreed. I guess. Ah, beautiful. All right, well, that actually finishes off our commons. Our 6 colorless ones are, we got Mechanical Man, he's our undercover dude. We got our Flyer. We got our equipment. Our Mana Rock that lets you look at face-down creatures. And Warped Landscape. And Facility Miscreant for a bit of fixing. Slow fixing, but yeah. It's fine. We don't really need it quick. So, we got some good stuff done today. We got the mutants done again. We finished off all of our green and our colorless commons. We didn't really do much in the way of like exciting rares. We had a couple suggestions, but didn't necessarily do much design there. Do you think you can send the set file so I can maybe run a draft this weekend if I have time? Sure. I'll put it in the Discord. Hello, I'm back. Finished the Colorless. I see you closing out. Yes. We have time to do rares. Well, I mean, technically we have a little bit of time. I plan this to only go 3 hours, and so we're 46 minutes past that. 4 hours is my limit, but oh, you're saying we have time to do rares in the future. Gotcha. Do we do the honor tradition of finishing off with a cool mythic? Yes, we can do a cool rare or mythic that someone has a suggestion for. So lay it on me. Kasmina time? Oh yeah, we did talk about potentially her recruiting people to come here. Najugo says, no, Kasmina's dumb. I'm not getting involved in this conversation, but I am narrating it. Merd likes the Kasmina idea. Najugo says, I do want a facility planeswalker. Well, we had talked about the facility having captured a planeswalker, so we could have a planeswalker that is like inert, and all their abilities are somehow passive, or you have to work to be able to activate them in some way. Defiant Mars says, I was doing some slot crunching on the planeswalkers. Typically, there are about 3 planeswalkers in any given premiere set, which tend to be color balanced. If we wanted to keep going with Kasmina, she is base blue, secondary green. If Kasmina is mono blue, then the other walker options are black, red, and green, white. Red, green, blah, 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 blah. Sorry, not that I don't appreciate the colors, just I don't need to read them all out. Okay, so yeah, you're talking about which 3 walkers we want to do. I think 3 walkers is probably about right. Najugo wants to keep a 39.5-foot pole between us and all canon lore. Najugo doesn't want to validate post-war lore's existence. Well, I don't know if I hate the story that much. I mean, the war story was a problem, but Sorcerer says, I can't wait to see how much you dislike the EM War knockoff. Defiant Mars liked the Kenriths. I think they're cool. I liked them in Battle Bonds. I also thought that they were cool, albeit still a 3-mana, 6 loyalty walker in Eldraine, and pretty sweet again in Strixhaven, so. All right. Well, seems like we're having some trouble. Oh, Wind. Hey, how's it going? Glad you're able to make it. All right. Well, let's start on a planeswalker. Well, it sounds like some people want to do Kasmina. I'm not necessarily sold on it. I don't really know her story. I know that when she showed up in War, we didn't really know much about her. And that's about it. I haven't read the Strixhaven story, so I'm really backed up on Magic story. But we could do a Kasmina Walker if we wanted. So she's either green-blue or blue. What do we think? Win says, what about a colorless planeswalker? Okay. That's not a bad option. We could chuck in Kylexid from outside the EM canon. I don't know Kylexid. I think a facility planeswalker makes the most sense in either Orzhov, Dimir, or Azorius. And Jugo's not a fan of colorless planeswalkers. Okay, this is getting really hard to decide on. They exist and they're fine, but either have to be super expensive or boring. All right, Kylexid is a colorless planeswalker in that you have to spend colorless mana to play it. And it makes a mana rock. It cares about artifacts, and its emblem is you don't lose unspent mana, it becomes colorless instead. Okay. So it's a very Hedron, well, basically it's completely based on the Zendikar Hedrons. Dominaria card is busted, and exactly the problem. Okay, well, I want there to be a planeswalker that the facility has, the organization has kidnapped or captured and has in their lab that they're studying. Maybe they have found a way to transfer the spark to one of their scientists. And so that scientist could be the organization one that Ninjugo's talking about. That's probably like white-black or blue-black or maybe even white-blue, but definitely feels black. So that can be two of our planeswalkers right there. The one dormant one and the organization one. Gumblade says it's got to be Davriel. I mean, we could do even more Davriel. Just messing up. Every plane we go to will have Davriel. Merd says, I like colorless planeswalkers that require colorless mana, which Defiant Mars seconds. Yeah, it's at least more of a restriction. Wind says, what about an artificial planeswalker? Well, I'm down with that. If we want to be sad, maybe they kidnapped a kid planeswalker. Okay, we can be sad. That's my Tuesday. The dormant one shouldn't have a planeswalker card, though. It should be a case file sparker. I was thinking it could be cool to make it a very different type of planeswalker, where its abilities are sort of... I really don't know how this would play out. This is just me brainstorming. Just sort of its abilities locked behind some sort of wall, and it plays out differently. Maybe its abilities are all static instead of having loyalty abilities or something like that. But yeah, we could put it in the case files instead. I guess that makes sense from a lore perspective, right? Because all the case files are the things that they're investigating. So yeah, you may be right there. Okay. All that to say, seems like lots of people want a colorless planeswalker. I and Ninjugo are more on board with an organization planeswalker. What about a planeswalker that only has positive loyalty abilities, but if someone attacks you, they attack it instead? It's interesting. Ninjugo saying, yes, I want to do planeswalker working for this facility. I agree with that. That's what I'm saying. I think that they've somehow moved the spark into that character. Instead of loyalty counters, it uses cards in exile. I don't have a clue how that would work. All right. Ooh, it seems to be planeswalkers are always the issue. I remember when we were designing Davriel for Nildavar, we took so long. Okay, so I just got to pick something at some point, right? Okay, this time we're going to do an organization-focused planeswalker because I think it's going to be a lot easier to throw together in a few minutes something with like that's white black or blue black than it is going to be to make a balanced, interesting, colorless planeswalker. So next time we can do a colorless planeswalker, but you all got to come with ideas ready. Or we could skip walkers for now, but it does seem like everybody has strong feelings about them. But we could skip them entirely and just say, hey, everybody, if you got cool ideas for walkers, bring them here, not just a concept, but like, here's what the abilities do. And then we could talk about them and change them if they need it, but at least we have a starting point. So you feel bad that the stream ran so late tonight. I mean, I could have cut it off at any time. I do want to make sure we get done the stuff that we're trying to do, and I want to make sure that you guys also are having a good time and get to design some cool stuff. But, all right, so we'll come back and do Planeswalkers next time. So we'll plan ideas for that. I will try and have some ideas. Is it Friday? Did I miss a day this week? Well, Kelsey, this is actually sort of your fault. I'm doing something with Adam tomorrow, and so I couldn't do my stream on Friday. I would have moved it to Saturday, but somebody is coming to visit me, so we're streaming today instead. No, I am, of course, joking. I look forward to hanging out with you this weekend. Wish it was Friday. Yeah. You and me both. Okay. We are running late, so let's just throw together one fun rare. Let's pick a color that needs a rare. Red doesn't really have any rares. So let's give red a rare. It could be Raid. It could be... Nope, that's the only red focused ability. Something colorless. It could be a Devoid card, if we want to do that. Our vehicle's evergreen. They are deciduous, which means you can use them in any set that needs them, but you're not going to use them in every single set. Or I think that's what it is. It could have changed. Like I said, I don't keep too up to date. Red's mechanics are literally just raid. No, we added surveil. Raid is the only one that red gets majorly. Like, it has undercover, so we could do something undercover. It gets surveil. It does not get any exploits, and it doesn't get any research. So, raid, surveil, undercover. What about an instant that makes a vehicle token? Save that. Save that for later. We do not have time to do that, but that's a pretty cool idea. Kelsey says, I just popped in because you were on. See you soon. Okay, well, thanks. Yeah, I'll be seeing you on Saturday. Looking forward to it. Let's make a spelemental. Oh, yeah. Sorcerer's Joke, Siglar. Yeah. Undercover Phoenix. That's a cool idea. So we got Spelemental. So what is that, like, gonna get pumped based on instants and sorceries? Siglar making her vehicle is my fault. Yeah, you did push hard for it, and I agree, it's sweet. We just, well, we got it down to a manageable size. I was happy with how she ended. Okay, Undercover Phoenix. I like that idea. Okay, we're making two at once. I can do it. I'm really happy with Siglar currently. One of the things in Yaldavar I wouldn't change. Yeah, me too. And yeah, I know I still haven't gone back and done more editing. I need to. Yaldavar is not perfect by any means. It needs more work, but I've just been so busy. It needs to be expensive because you can exile literally any mana value instant or sorcery with it. Like Enter the Infinite would be, this would be a 5 mana 10/10. Obviously, we don't have Enter the Infinite in this format, so it's relatively safe. But we do need it to cost, I think, at least 5 mana. Creature, Elemental. Add that you still pay its cost reminder text. Oh, I guess that's a good question. Do you? I could see it going either way. I think I assumed you would cast it for free, but that may be too strong. Okay. Fair enough. Costs. Given you're also getting a big creature out of the ordeal. That's reasonable. Assuming it gets through for damage. True. Yeah, obviously you're going to want to exile an instant or sorcery from your graveyard, since that means you're getting to reuse something. Just did an AFR draft and got a deck of many things and made a fun dice rolling deck. That sounds awesome. Oh man, I have not gotten to play much in-person AFR. Okay, Undercover Phoenix. So, if you have a good spell in your hand, I want you to have the option. Yeah, Nijugo, I agree. I think that that's a good inclusion. Even though you don't usually want it, sometimes you might. You suggest flying. I don't know, Murd. I don't... do we really want this to be a flyer? Oh, thank you, Gunblade. That's pretty much just it, isn't it? It feels awkwardly worded, but I'm not sure if there's a better way. My thing about Undercover Phoenix is that Osb is basically an Undercover Phoenix. Yeah, you are right, Nijugo. Maybe we need to come up with something different for Osb. Because this feels like a really, really great Phoenix design. Why would we want to miss out on that? And we could probably come up with something more epic for Osb as well. So who is Osb exactly? The organization head or the entire organization itself? I was thinking he was a culty, like a cult leader. I don't know if he's part of the organization, but I guess we don't actually have a head of the organization, and we kind of need an enigmatic leader. Instead of having Undercover, you can exchange a face-down card in exile with the Phoenix. Okay. I'm trying to figure out how that's going to work exactly. Exchange it with with a face down card in exile. But if you just exchange it, yeah, it would have to have Undercover in order to be able to be played once it's been exchanged. Put a face down card you own in exile into your graveyard. Exile card name, you may cast it from exile. Okay. Oh, that's fair. So you're saying... Just like right now, or for as long as it remains exiled. Ash Cloud Phoenix for scale. Okay, so morph 3 to play it face down, of course, 6 to turn it up, and then it's a 4/1. When it dies, it returns automatically face down as a 2/2. And when it's turned face up, it deals 2 to each player. From your graveyard. And then we can get rid of Undercover. Just don't forget on the ability to exile it. Yeah, thank you. I just, added that. And now make it a 4 mana, 3/3 Flying Haste. Flying Haste. 3 and a red. Oh, also, for the sake of balance, I'd add on a later turn to the ability. Then does it also need to say activate only as a sorcery? Because if it's only on a later turn, then you could just end step, do this ability, because it's got no cost, no restrictions on when you can use it. And then a later turn will just be your instant next turn. I guess it means you can't play it immediately after it just dies. Okay. Is that wording correct? It feels a little awkward. All right. So it eats the back half of your undercover cards to come back as a 3/3 Flying Haste. Let's see. Make Merge says, does it need that? Referring to add on a later turn. Yeah, I'm not sure that it needs on a later turn. I don't know. Just a balancing thing, but I don't know. I'll just I'll put a note. I think you can actually remove for as long as it remains exiled and replace it with on a later turn. I think you're right. I only need one of those two. Let's see. Just you may cast Phoenix of Revelation from exile on a later turn. I think without on a later turn, it effectively becomes a cast from graveyard ability rather than a real exile swap. Also needs crop top 5 and bottom 4. Oh, 5 and 5. Style this card only. No, 5 and 5. Still overlaps a little. That's fine. Probably solve this with text size rather than chop. Let's try it. Okay, 12.2 seems to be the sweet spot. Okay. Well, that's going to do it for today. We got some cool stuff done. All our green commons, all our colorless commons. We got a couple red rares, which are pretty interesting. We will come back and do some planeswalkers next week. Don't Phoenixes want to be effectively pay a cost to cast from your graveyard? I think they can. I think the main purpose of them is you can play them from your graveyard in some form or another. I'd say this counts, even though you're playing it from exile. You do have to bring it out of your graveyard first. So you can do it in many forms. I don't know for sure that we have to do it this way, but it seems like a decent suggestion. So the cost is sacrificing the chance to play an undercover, and you still have to pay the cost. Yes. Yeah, I don't know how good this will actually be, because you do have to be playing subpar creatures, 2/2s for 3, and for those creatures to die in order to be able to bring this back. But it is a 3/3 flying haste, which is pretty good for 4 mana, so... all right, well, I really have to get off, but thank you all for hanging out tonight and all your suggestions. I really appreciate you all coming here. I'm not going to go through and try and name everybody, because last week I forgot Star Haste, and so I apologize for that. But thank you so much. Have a good night, guys.